Are you ready for the juice?
More juice!
What?
More juice for the gyro!
I like the juice. Juice is good.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to round 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft Football Card Quest live stream.
What is up, Andy? I don't know about you, but I was up late, excited about the aftermath of round 1. Didn't get a lot of sleep, but I woke up, fired up. I'm ready to go again, man. Let's do this. I'm loaded on water. I just had some dinner. I got my beautiful Bang Energies, which I'll be drinking throughout the stream this evening. I'm ready, man. I am.
You're ready? Good. That's excellent. The Bucs are actually on the clock, man. So I think they just went on the clock. So that's good. We're starting off the round 2 hot. We've got 6 wide receivers taken in round 1 and a quarterback, not the quarterback we're expecting, but Kenny Pitt. What's up, JJ Bama in the house? Bucs are on the clock, bro. Who do you think we pick here? What do we do? Obviously, we need that offensive line, defensive line. Yesterday was really interesting, man. We're going to talk about the biggest movers on eBay from yesterday's draft results, and look at some of the biggest fantasy implications. We've got a fun show tonight. The hitman here has got a lot of eBay snipes lined up for us. I'm kind of nervous because you got the Bucs here at 33. Then you got you've got Minnesota, who traded back with Detroit, right? And I think Detroit had a pretty solid draft. They got their guy Aiden Hutchinson. They also got arguably the fastest guy in the draft, Jamison Williams, who said that if he did run at the combine, he would have ran the fastest 40 ever. That's what he said.
Maybe he's right. I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing: is they didn't take him to be a 1,500-yard rusher with 150 targets. They took him to stretch the field, and that's exactly what a guy like him with that kind of speed is going to do. He's going to make everyone better just by being there, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to open up all kinds of stuff, right?
That is correct.
So, have you sold any Jalen Hertz cards since last night?
I haven't. And, honestly, I only have the one up at the moment. I have a pile to list. I actually had a lot that I had listed for a guy that he wanted to buy the whole lot. And then he backed out at the last second. Now I bet any amount of money that he's wishing he didn't, because now when I go back and relist them, it's going to be, bumped up a little bit,
Yeah, it's going to be bumped up, man. I mean, I think that trade with the Eagles, between the Titans and the Eagles, moving A.J. Brown to the Eagles, now you've got A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, who is the Heisman Trophy winner in 2020. So, and then you've got Dallas Goedert. There's no excuses for Jalen Hurts. Plus, we talked about last night, he had a really good PFF grade, 80. It's like an 87 PFF grade on short and intermediate throws, and most of AJ Brown's work is done there. He's a monster after the catch. He's just an insane generational type of athlete. And our man from Carter to Power from Power Hour LSU said that Treylon Burks is a more or less a prototype of A.J. Brown. And so that's why Titans did that. They hit the reset button there at wide receiver. I think, though, for A.J. Brown, I don't know if that's a slight downgrade. I mean, I would think from a passing standpoint, maybe Jalen Hurts is a slight downgrade from Tannehill, but not much. Not much, right?
I don't think he is. I don't think. If you look at Tannehill's, yards per game last year, it's not very impressive. And I actually meant to bring this up, so I'm glad we're already on the topic.
Yeah.
I'm not one to call out other accounts. I love everyone in the hobby. I love all the people that do this on YouTube and other things like that. But if I see some kind of fallacy that they're speaking of, not an opinion, but if I see a fallacy that I can disprove, I'd like to get on that. And one of the things they said was A.J. Brown to be faded because he's going to the Eagles. And I have to disagree.
No.
I have to disagree 101%.
Yeah.
the quarterback that he's going to is one that is ascending versus descending, like the quarterback play in Tennessee. And Tannehill's yards per game passing and Hertz's pass per game passing are not very different. So if you think just because they have another good receiver in Philly that his performance is going to suffer, then you're probably losing out on value if you're investing in him, because he maybe even has room to grow at this point. He is a bit inflated on the price charts already, but this hype is only going to add to that.
Well, and look at this. Like, Tennessee was an extremely run-heavy team, one of the most run-heavy teams in the league, right? The Eagles are also a run-heavy team, but it's like it's not a downgrade for A.J. Brown at all. No. He's that good, man. He's that good. He's gonna go out. He's gonna ball out. I think he may even be better in the Philadelphia offense because there's actually some more talent around him in the wide receiver core at the tight end position. That'll open up even more stuff for A.J. Brown. And I like it, man. I think it's really an interesting move. I'm not going to really bump A.J. Brown down much. He's obviously going down in my rankings, but not like I'm not fading him altogether. I'm hoping that other people do fade him altogether. I'll buy, especially some stuff in the Eagles uniform.
Yeah. So in summary, what I'm kind of saying here is, we talked about it yesterday. You should definitely be, if you already have some Jalen Hurts listed, maybe tinker the price slightly to adjust for his ever increasing value at this point. And I would say that I would not worry about your Devonta Smiths, and I would not worry about your A.J. Browns. I think that they're both very viable still. Their value should only be increased as they get more weapons, in my opinion.
Yeah, no doubt.
You weren't fading Reggie Wayne because they had Marvin Harrison, and you're not fading Jamar Chase because they have T. Higgins either. Like, more weapons equals better production.
Yeah, more weapons equals better production. This is good for Jalen Hurts. His cards are going off the shelf. I don't think this is necessarily a big negative for A.J. Brown. We talked about all the reasons why it's good. Now, what about Marquise Brown? I don't know if you had a chance. It's like we barely even had time between this live stream, but I did record a mail day. I was just so anxious because I had some packages building up, and I pulled a nice Marquise Brown right here, scripted, numbered out of 50 in the mail day today, sealed by Panini. Bought this for less than $20, bro. Total snipe. And do you think that him reuniting with Kyler, I mean, that was the other big trade from last night, him reuniting with Kyler in Arizona, joining up forces with DeAndre Hopkins, A.J. Green, and Rondale Moore, and Zach Ertz?
Yeah, and for those that are not in the Discord or outside of, you and my direct conversation, might not know that you've been talking about this guy for a few weeks, not even thinking about the possibility of him getting traded, just speculating on his value if he were to remain in Baltimore. And he is, I feel like, undervalued, and that could be just because of the market he was in. And I think at this point, you got to look at this and be like, he's going to have probably his best statistical season on record at this point, and his value is going to go up for it. So I did, for those of you in the Discord and the Sniper channel, I linked a bunch of color match stuff for him. It's going to be a good situation for him there, I think.
Yeah. And then you look at what the Jets did. You look at what the Giants did yesterday. I'm starting to get the feeling, man, maybe the Jets front office has got some more analytics-driven people in there. The Giants do. Obviously, they clean house. No more Gettleman, like Dave Gettleman. They basically ran that dude out of the league, right? And so you got new GM, new coaching in New York. This is a really thing I'm cautious. I'm nervous about now, though, is some of these tweets coming in here at the last minute that the Giants are in the neighborhood for a quarterback, and if the Vikings don't take Malik Willis here at number 34, which the Bucs are on the clock, the Vikings pick next. They could go quarterback. Then you have the Titans. It's a possibility the Titans could draft a quarterback at 35, I guess. But then you have the Giants back up at 36. And the speculation is that Malik Willis does not make it past these four teams. And I know the Bucs aren't drafting him. The Ravens did a great job in the first round. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure he goes to these 4 teams, to be honest with you.
Hope he doesn't.
I don't think he will. And Kirk Cousins has made it abundantly clear he wants to finish his career with them, and I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. I mean, he hasn't really lost a step. His production isn't going down. They have young skill position players around him. If anything, they need to build up that defense to make them what made them great since the late 70s. The defense is what the Vikings, the Purple People Eaters, were remembered for. And if they get rid of Cousins anytime soon, they are going to be looked at, frowned upon, in my opinion. And if he were to go to a team in need of a quarterback, he would quickly be realized as one of the better QBs in the league. He's only being drowned out simply because he plays in Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, he's had really good passing statistics and deep, short, accuracy, the whole 9 yards. I like Cousins, man. He's a gunslinger. What about Tennessee, though? Ryan Tannehill, obviously quarterbacks who play for a long time. Ryan Tannehill, he's had his up and down moments. Pretty nasty interception against the Bengals in the playoffs. I don't know, man.
I think if any of these next couple teams were to take a QB, it's going to be to develop. They're not looking to start any of these guys right away. Tannehill is not top tier by any means, but he's the guy that can win them games now, and they have a team that is capable of winning now. I don't think they can withstand the extreme forces of the AFC at the moment, but he's still their best chance. And, like we say, any given Sunday, you don't want to fully rule them out just because they're not the best team on paper, but he's going to be there a couple more years. So anybody any of these teams take, is going to be sitting on deck for a couple years probably.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. I'm cracking. This is my last beer from last night. I'm cracking it. Bucks are on the clock. Let's look at some of the skill position players, because no running backs were taken, no tight ends, 1 quarterback, 6 wide receivers. I feel that the Jets probably did the best in the first round. I mean, I felt like they absolutely crushed it, taking Sauce at number 4. And then they took Garrett Wilson, who I told you I felt like he looked like the best wide receiver. So I feel like the Jets so far have done really, really well. And they've got some more picks. They also took that Jermaine Johnson, edge rusher from Florida State, at 26. So I think they've had a really good draft. The Giants, it'll be interesting, man. I hope the Giants don't take Malik Willis either. Honestly, I hope he falls to Seattle at pick 40 and 41. Seattle's got 2 back-to-back picks. That would be like the next team.
And that seems a bit more sensible, because you have a guy like Drew Lock, who's maybe not the answer, probably not the answer, and you have a team that's in a rebuild. So typically, when do you start a rookie quarterback? I.e., the Chicago Bears. You build around a young guy. He's the foundation of the franchise, and you build around that guy. So that does make sense. I still do think that Mayfield will end up in Seattle, but we'll see. If they end up drafting that guy, maybe not. That would be.
Here we go. Here we go. So the Bucks have a new our head coach, Todd Bowles, our defensive coordinator, is promoted to our head coach. And what does he do? He goes with defensive tackle here.
Okay.
Logan Hall at number 33, who primarily played inside, but has the ideal frame to be an edge defender. JPP and Ndamukong Suh are still free agents for right now. So that's an interesting little nugget for you.
All right.
But they're getting old. Both JPP and Ndamukong Suh are both over 30. Logan Hall, defensive interior from Houston. I dig it, man. Let's take a quick peek at Logan Hall's. Oh, it helps if I share screen 2. Logan Hall from the Houston Cougars. Career high 5 pressures versus SMU. Career high 4 run stops versus Rice, 2021. 3 to 5 star. 6'2", 283. He's a bit of an oddity in a number of ways. He rings in at 6'6", 260 pounds, yet played as mainly a 3 technique for Houston. Edge defender. He gets the job done against the run on the interior and earned a 78 run defense grade this past season. All right. So Minnesota's on the clock. This is what I want to look at right here. These are the best day 2 available skill position players that are going to have the most fantasy implications, courtesy of our guy Thor Nystrom over at NBC Sports Edge. So you look at the quarterbacks. We got Malik Willis out there, Matt Corral from Ole Miss, Desmond Ridder at Cincinnati. Shout out to Damian in the chat. He thinks that the Ridder goes to the Titans. What's up, Todd, Raven, Josh, Bob, James, Bama? Let's get it. My Vikings are on the clock.
So Andy, I know we got a couple picks till my Bears are up, but I'm just gonna get this out of the way ahead of the time. And you know a couple of the guys I really like. And we talked about yesterday how I can't stand the Bears drafting tight ends nonstop. However, I would make an exception for Trey McBride, and I would make an exception to not take a lineman if they were to get Alex Pierce. You might not recognize the guy. He grew up around here. Locally, he's a local guy. I think that'd be really cool, a cool story for the Bears to get a local guy and toss him into the offense here.
That would be really cool, man. Yeah, you've been talking him up. So that would be an interesting move, man. Let's see. Oh, we got a trade up. Looks like the Packers went on the clock. The Vikings traded out. The Vikings traded out with the Pack. The Pack moved up. Ooh. We got our skill position player off the board here. The number 1 ranked guy. Let's go ahead and ring the bell, man, because Christian Watson from North Dakota State University, selected by the Packers after they moved up a couple spots, traded with Minnesota here. This is really getting off to a fun start here. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my other window. Give me a second, guys.
You know what's funny is they were interviewing Rodgers about his opinions on the Packers not taking a round 1 receiver, and it didn't take them long to then address the position on day 2 here.
Christian Watson, 6'4", 208. Yeah, I watched his film. It says he's more than a wide receiver at this point if he becomes well versed in the ladder. Look out. Yeah, he's an interesting prospect, man. I think obviously North Dakota State University is not a big school, so you got a project player there, but
that's typical. That's typical of Green Bay, and you know what? They make some incredible players out of guys that are looked at as projects, right?
Well, Denzel Mims was a project that did not pan out. That's who Christian Watson at his
Denzel
size.
Mims couldn't create 6 inches of separation with a ruler. So,
why not though? He had incredible speed, dude. Denzel Mims had the height, the speed. The problem though, I think a lot of these guys is agility. You see the agility score here is pretty low because he's a guy of 6'4", 208 with this kind of speed. He doesn't have that lateral quickness that some of these other smaller guys have.
Yo, did you see this guy coming out to the podium right now?
Why?
He's wearing a green sombrero that says Green Bay Packers.
Oh, wow.
It's Aaron Jones wearing a green sombrero.
Yeah, isn't that wild? Minnesota traded within their own division to give Green Bay a weapon. So this is interesting. So this is going to, this is definitely going to impact. It's going to shake up the depth chart with Allen Lazard and Sammy Watkins, is it not?
You know, I don't know.
This cat right here has had an 88 percentile yards per reception. He's a deep ball threat, obviously, 6'4", 208, 89 percentile college dominator. With that kind of height and speed, that's a guy you put on the outside. And I don't know, you have to move Sammy, Lazard. Obviously, they're going to be running a lot of 3 wide receiver sets in Green Bay. But
I guess a lot of that, there's a lot hinging on that statement. A lot of these young guys, they don't pick the playbook up right away. They don't get the blocking done, down right away. A bunch of other things like that. So
yeah,
we'll see.
he just didn't play a lot, man. This guy didn't play a whole lot. Pretty dominant though. I mean, big dude.
I mean, that's the kind of guy that maybe has a chance to make a splash like as the season goes on. But at this point anyway, without any other trades or picks being made, I think that you still have the same two guys at the top of the depth chart there, at least for the time being.
Yeah, what's interesting is Minnesota moved way out, man. Minnesota moved way out, dude. Minnesota is not picking again now until the third round at pick 66. Let's see what else they traded. Obviously, they got pick 66, pick 77. They're going with the depth here.
Like Tennessee made their pick.
There we go. The Titans select Auburn corner Roger McCreary with the number 35 overall pick. Another high riser over the last few weeks. Roger McCreary. And we've got a trade right after that. The Giants are trading pick number 35 to the Jets. Wow, the Giants are going to get 38 and 146. So interesting. So the Giants moved back to 38. And they're going to also get number 146 for the Jets to get 35. Who the heck are the Jets going for here? Jets are on the clock.
I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with what they've been able to do so far here.
The Jets are making moves, man.
Our resident Philly and Jets fans in the Discord, I know they were pretty nervous going into the draft, but they got to be feeling pretty good all of a sudden. Ooh, they compare Roger McCreary to Jalen Johnson. And for those of you who don't know, he was drafted in 2020 by the Bears, which I'm a pretty big fan of his.
Yeah. You got Nakobe Dean out there, linebacker from Georgia, who's ranked 19 overall, like a possible first-round guy. You've got Andrew Booth from Clemson out there, ranked number 23 overall, another solid corner that we talked about.
Breece Hall.
Somebody's stock is about to take a hit, bro. The Jets just made a splash play, taking the first running back in the draft off the board, not to the Bills, not to the Bucs, which I'm happy about. The Jets drafted Breece Hall from Iowa State, by far the best-looking all-purpose running back in the draft class here. This guy's an absolute monster. Wow. Oh, my God, dude. Yeah.
Another weapon, man. Another weapon for that
I feel bad for telling people to invest in Michael Carter for the last couple.
Hey, man. I mean, I just bought a bunch of Carters, too. So, I mean, that doesn't really change.
Yeah.
We were on the same playing field of information at the time as everyone else was.
It was good process. But Messiah, you're right, man. I mean, pour some out for Michael Carter because he's about to be relegated to backup duties big time. Yeah.
Or do you think there is timeshare capabilities there?
I definitely think there's timeshare, but I think he goes from a potential like all-purpose guy where he was barely getting if you look at what at North Carolina State when he was splitting the backfield with Javonte Williams, he was getting like 30-40% opportunity share. And then he was creeping up to that 70% this past year, especially when Mike White was in there. And he dominated Tevin Coleman. And I think the Jets had Matt Breida in there who could stay healthy. And, I mean, he dominated that backfield. But now I think he gets moved back to being a 30%, type of guy, and you have now Brees Hall as a 70% opportunity share guy.
Do you think he's going to vulture some goal line work? Is he going to vulture the receiving game, though? Because 30% is viable if it's in the right scenario.
That's true. Yeah, if it's receiving work. But the thing about that is that Brees Hall is a very good receiver. So, it's like, why, if he's got the hot hand, it's almost like, the Jets are moving more towards an analytic style team. I mean, if he's got the hot hand, can handle the workload, why move him out unless to give him a break, give him a breather.
Yeah, there's a couple other guys that probably shouldn't have been on the radar with the Jets that are definitely being bumped all the way off. I wouldn't say that Michael Carter is completely devoid of value. Definitely, absolutely not what we're saying. But if you were holding on to hope for any of these other cats on that depth chart, it's not looking good for those guys. Like I know last year I bought a Ty Johnson, like blue cracked ice prism, and he vultured a lot of touchdowns, but he just didn't get a lot of work.
All right, here we go, man. The Texans. I missed their pick. We're gonna play. The Texans take cornerback from Baylor, Jalen Petre here. Jalen Petre, the corner from Baylor. So apparently it's a pretty popular guy here, 3-star recruit, but 12 interceptions in high school, multiple defensive stops in every game of 2021, 2 PBUs against Oklahoma State in the Big 12 title game, 5'11", 198. Massive reason for the Bears' defensive success in 2021. That's the Baylor Bears. He led all defensive backs with 47 stops on the season while playing slot corner in Dave Aranda's defense.
Now they're showing him on Pro Football Focus as a safety or defensive back, so that's interesting.
Versatile, man. Versatile. A lot of people like that pick. So Texans with another defensive pick there. Impressive. Texans, obviously, a ton of defensive needs. They now, oh boy, here we go. So it's either come on. Malik Willis cannot slide past Seattle, can he? Malik Willis can't slide past Seattle, can he? I mean, got the Giants here, and then Seattle guys back-to-back picks at 40 and 41. We know the Bears aren't taking them.
I hope not.
What if the Colts or the Falcons draft him at 42, 43? This is wild, man.
I could see the Falcons drafting him. Out of all the teams, I could see the Falcons drafting him.
Falcons straight up. See, I gave out my secret resource last night. Now everybody's in the chat is ahead of us.
Yeah, because we're in the dialogue. We're tied up in the dialogue.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
But that's good though, man. I mean, we have an informed populace in the YouTube comments and in the Discord.
I love it.
Here.
I love it. Whew. All right, so Giants traded back to 43 and 114. The Falcons are up. The Falcons are up. Wow, what are they got up their sleeve here? You think this is where they go? They go Malik Willis. Malik Willis grew up in Atlanta.
Knowing what we were just talking about with the Seahawks having 2 picks, it seems almost a certainty they're taking a quarterback here. So
now, what is that? So you think it's going to be more of a competition in training camp? Or do you think that Mariota is going to get pretty much guaranteed to get the start, but he'll be on a tight leash with some serious competition nipping at his heels?
They brought him in to start, but I think they kind of know his ceiling versus maybe a younger guy who's got like a lot more intangibles, cannon for an arm. If they think that he's their guy, I mean, look at the roster. I mean, they're not doing anything this year. So what if they draft a young guy? What's the point of playing Mariota throughout the whole year? You know what I mean? It takes you back to like the whole Ryan Fitzpatrick dynamic where it's like you bring a young QB, and Fitzpatrick gives you the best chance to win, but is he the future? No. So he ends up getting relegated to backup duties, you know?
The Falcons did not take the quarterback. Unreal. They pass on a quarterback, and they go with edge rusher Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State.
All right.
Interesting, right?
Very interesting. Let's learn a little bit about this guy. Yeah.
Well, he transferred from Temple to Penn State, improved his 2020 production, was no fluke. He beat up on quality tackles en route to a 90.5 pass rushing grade and 52 pressures. 3-star recruit from 247 Sports Recruiting. 9 pressures versus Michigan in 2021. Multiple pressures in every game 2021. So his consistent production is hard to ignore, but he just doesn't have the tools to get NFL evaluators excited.
Ooh,
he's going to have a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, the initial evaluation is not always the final verdict. So
yeah, he's a little bit smaller, 6'2", 250, but
hey,
he could
maybe they saw something that no one else saw, and that's really all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, the work ethic and the production is very important, in my opinion. I mean, you look at guys like Shaq Barrett or Levante David, those kind of guys who are, a little undersized for their position, yet they're still dominant, and they were drafted late, but
I agree, man. Those are my kind of favorite players. You know what I mean? Guys that they kind of get overlooked and they shine anyway because they know their skill, their value, and they have the work ethic to beat out the the PFF grade even.
All right, you're on the clock,
baby.
You're on the clock.
Will they take one of my guys? Please take one of my guys.
Who do you want me to vote for here? Wide receiver, tackle, guard, center, corner,
I want
running back.
I know they might not take him to the next round, but I want Alec Pierce.
Wide receiver, Alec Pierce.
I mean, we need a bona fide second receiver
from Cincinnati. Let's look up the profile on Alec Pierce.
He's got a pretty interesting write-up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember seeing this dude from Cincinnati. So I played with Desmond Ridder. His connection there, Desmond Ridder, 22.
Numbers.
I like that. 4'4", or 4'4", 40-yard dash, 6'3", 208 is definitely going to be some size to add across from Darnell Mooney, right? 95th percentile speed score. This guy's got some nice tools, man. He's a deep ball threat right here.
Yeah, he doesn't emanate big guy in appearance. He looks like a teenager, but he's a big guy.
Very solid numbers, though. I would say he didn't have a crazy target share, but his yards per reception are good. His breakout age is really good, and his metrics here are really good. The agility is really low, so maybe he's another one of those guys that doesn't get side to side real quick, but sounds like he can win in contested catches and take the top off of defense. And, hey, I know Justin Fields can hit that kind of guy. Pick is in. The pick is in for the Bears, man. You ready? You guys picked Washington defensive back. Sorry, I forgot his name. Kyler Gordon, Washington corner. Kyler Gordon. Some had him going in the first round, but the Bears get him in the second. They just could not resist that value. They need help in that secondary. They do need help in that secondary big time.
Okay. I'm intrigued.
So you want me to vote yes or no? You like that pick? Do you guys like that pick?
I would still say I like it. I mean, it's not the guy I wanted, but there's time. I do believe we have 2 second-round picks today.
Now, Seattle, come on. Seattle's got to take Malik Willis, right? Now I feel bad for the guy. Somebody draft Malik Willis, man. The Jets are back up at 43. I mean, not the Jets. Excuse me. The Giants is what I meant to say. So the Giants aren't out of the. They're not out of the conversation yet either. They didn't pick up Daniel Jones' 5th year. However, I something tells me though that Daniel Jones is safe, but we'll see. I think he's safer than Drew Lock and Geno Smith. I think the Seahawks got to draft a quarterback with one of these picks. There's no way, right?
I think if they don't, then you know that we were right in saying that they're going to trade for a quarterback.
Indeed.
I will say this, though. Jalen Johnson, man, is pretty damn good. And now that they have a second defensive back, I'm a little bit excited about the Bears defense because, we did lose Khalil Mack. And the rumor is that they might try to trade out Robert Quinn today. So we'll see what happens with that. But, as much as I want the Bears to be like an offensive juggernaut, that's not really their historical profile. So maybe they go back to the bread and butter and they go back to being a defensive juggernaut instead. And that's how they win, They got to the Super Bowl with Kyle Orton and Rex Grossman at quarterback.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're very true, man. Defense wins championships, right? That's the saying. I'm looking at some Jalen Hertz sold yesterday. The largest transaction was this. Someone dug deep on a 101, man. Someone went for a 101 Jalen Hertz. Was that one of you guys in the chat?
Oh,
was that you, Justin?
Was that $10,000?
We're gonna 130 point it to see what they paid. I'll say
9,100.
All right, take your guesses, guys.
What do you guys think?
I'll tell you what. Well, I can't because they're probably out there. They're going to run to 130 point. For bragging rights.
Just for the E props. We'll see.
The E props. There you go. $87, 8.5.
Whoa! Oh man!
Oh, you guys see that? 4,500. Oh my God, that's less than 50%. Wow!
Holy cow!
They took the.
You know what, man? If he has a season, that guy's gonna make some serious money off that buy.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta have money to make money, right?
And here's how you got to look at it. It is a larger gamble. You're investing more money, right? However, if you buy a $10 Hertz and his stock doubles, you make $10, which is double your money, which is great. But if you have a $4,000 Jalen Hertz and his stock doubles, well, now you have $8,000. So, I mean, yeah, you're right. You do have to have money to make money, and you also have to have stones the size of Jupiter to throw $8,000 or $4,000 at a single card. So
how much closer to the $12,000 do you think it would have gone for, or would it have sold if it was a PSA 10 instead of a 9? Even though it's a 1 of 1, there is no other card.
Yeah. I don't know. My whole thing is that, I mean, unless the card is heavily damaged, I kind of ignore the grade on a 1 of 1 unless it is dented, ripped, torn, whatever. If it's a 8 or above on a 1 of 1, it should be considered like the same value. But I do agree a 10 would be very remarkable.
Yeah, it would be remarkable. Now
what a lot of people don't realize is when you have short print cards, specifically serial numbered ones, having a PSA 10 of a serial numbered card is exceptional because not only of the print run, let's say there's a print run of 50, the max pop of that card is for sure less than 50 at a PSA 10. It's probably under 25, right? It's probably closer to 20. So that's something to think about when you're investing in, 10 grades or thinking about getting a card sent out for grading.
Here's what's crazy in comparison. So that Black Chronicles Finite 1 of 1 sold for 4,500. Now this BGS 8.5 8.5, 2 subgrades, centering 9, edges 9, corners 8.5, surface 8, 8.5, auto 10, numbered out of 99, national treasures, on card auto went for 5,500 today.
I'm telling you that first one that you linked, that guy got a deal, man. That guy got a deal.
This
He
one,
got it for 1,000 less for a 1 of 1.
wow. I feel like, and it's a Prism brand. It is a really nice looking card. I mean, that card's sweet. 1 of 1. It's a 1 of 1. 1 of 1. But it's not National Treasures. It's interesting.
True. But like you said, Prism brand 1 of 1. It's not like Leaf or any of these other, non-sanctioned products.
I think that person overpaid for that National Treasures, to be honest.
For the 8.5. It was that serial numbered even?
Yeah, it was serial number to 99.
Yeah, no, he overpaid. In my opinion, grossly overpaid.
Yeah, he grossly overpaid for the brand, the brand of the National Treasures on that card. Where's the picture on this? Oh, okay. I want to see what this rookie ticket auto went for. This is a sale today. Actually, the 5 of his largest sales in the last 90 days went today, whereas only 1 went yesterday. Interesting that, people have, when they get an extra 12 to 14 hours to for that news to circulate throughout the hobby. It definitely drove more sales today. Plus, it's a Friday. Who knows? Some people may have decided to feel a little bit more frisky on a Friday.
Andy, I don't know if you got the TV on, but they're so behind. They're just showing Kyler Gordon now. And,
wow.
Dude, he looks like, I don't know, like a young Cat Williams. But if Cat Williams was like 6 foot and 200 pounds, maybe.
Oh, wow, man.
You seeing this?
No, I don't even have the TV on.
Okay. He looks like a cross between like Cat Williams and Luda.
That's funny, dude. Well, he's a defensive back, right? He's a corner, so.
Yeah.
Or you could have gotten. See, this is what's crazy. Like, would you rather have that National Treasures out of 99, BGS 8.5, or a PSA 10 rookie ticket auto numbered out of 49 on card auto for 1,700? You save yourself $4,000.
All day. If there was multiples of that card, you could have bought several of them for the same price.
I need to find out who bought this card, and this is a guy I want to sell all my cards to.
No, I agree. I mean, I get it. People put a lot of stock in National Treasures, but again, it was numbered out of 99. It wasn't a low serial number. So, I mean, if Jalen Hertz finishes as like the QB3 next year, the guy still will make money off it. But
so this is an interesting question, because I actually have a Chris Godwin 2017 Prism Disco, so short print parallel, and it's a PSA 9, but the pop is less than 10 on that card. I think it's a combination of skill position, and I just don't think that people are submitting nearly as many skill positions, especially a short print parallel, to get graded than quarterbacks, right? And so, like, it depends, I guess, on the player that it is, Steeler, right? What would you say to Steeler's question here?
What was the player? I didn't hear the player.
Oh, I don't know the player either. I think it all depends on the player and the card, right?
Yeah, I mean, it still kind of falls into the same rules of desirability. But if it's a desirable player, then the pop count is dramatically more important than if it was just a guy that you PC that maybe isn't top tier or whatever. But no, I have 2 pop 2 cards myself that are still kind of like prospect type investments. And the player's Matt Ryan. Okay, that's nice. I don't know what the card is, but if you have a QB, future Hall of Famer, that's definitely a guy that you would want to have a pop 2 card of.
Yeah. No, yeah, it sounds nice, man. I mean, that's going to be really good, especially if it's a PSA 10. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The first pick for Seattle is in here. The Seattle Seahawks do not select Malik Willis with their number 40th overall pick. They go with defensive end from Minnesota, Boye Mafe.
Hey,
Boye Mafe
will
from the
Seattle bring back the Legion of Boom? Will they be the defensive team to fear in the future again?
And maybe, man. I mean, this is rebuild mode for them. They had to trade away Bobby Wagner this offseason. So that was a massive blockbuster trade. This cat is a massive riser after he earned the highest pass rushing grade among edge defenders during the Senior Bowl practices. He's an ascending player who possesses one of the best get-offs in the class. 6'4", 261. He's old, man. 23 and a half.
Funny the standard we go by.
Yeah. He oozes the tools that win around the edge, but is rough around the edge. That's a worrisome for someone who will turn 24 as a rookie. Interesting pick.
You know, I'm not too worried about a guy that's just turning 24, especially not a guy that is playing a position that guys play into their mid to late 30s. So I think he'll be all right. I don't know that he'll be a career Pro Bowler, but that age thing doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you're going to get at least a good 5-6 years out of him, you'd imagine. So it shouldn't be that big of an impact. I mean, they've got to be ready to win here in the next few years.
Oh,
it's going to be
nice.
tough, man.
They're showing he's celebrating with his family in the living room at home.
Nice.
Young man seems happy. He got an 86 on the athleticism score. That's really good.
They're building in the trenches, man. They're building in the trenches. Damien says, dude has a motor.
That's a high athletic score for a defensive lineman. So,
who's our guy? We still have quite a few guys. There's only been one wide receiver taken here, Christian Watson. Green Bay Packers got their wide receiver. They moved up to get him, right? Breece Hall taken by the Jets. That was a bit of a shocker, man. A bit of a shocker. I wasn't expecting the Jets to go Breece Hall there, but very interesting. I'm not sure what to make of Michael Carter. I think we got to downgrade him, obviously, but how much? That's a tough projection.
That's the thing about draft time is there's still no way to know how it shakes out. So you might be able to get dude on the cheap, and think about it. You don't want to be buying the flavor of the week. You want to be selling the flavor of the week. So
the next pick is in from Seattle. Sorry.
Oh, all right, let's go.
Yeah, this dude does have a motor. Damian, no, that's Damian Pierce. I don't know why. That's your fault. You got a Damian Pierce in my head. Kenneth Walker from Michigan State, drafted by the Seattle Seahawks with their 41st overall pick. The second running back is off the board, man. This dude is an incredible runner, but doesn't have a ton of receiving chops on his resume, right? But I mean, you watch him, I'm like, okay. He looks good, man. He looks really good as a runner. And one of the best straight runners in the draft.
If you're a team that's rebuilding and you don't have a great signal caller, you definitely benefit from having two good running backs, and they might have just drafted another good running back. Rashad Penny looked like he just walked out of college with those fresh legs last year, and now you throw this guy in the backfield. That's pretty good. They're not in win now mode, but if they can get themselves a couple more young guys to build around, this seems like it could be a good pick for them.
It's an interesting pick, because they went with Charles Cross, that massive tackle, with their first pick at the beginning of the first round. And then they went with edge defender. Now they're going with running back, who's arguably better as a runner than Breece Hall. but he just doesn't have any of the receiving metrics that Breece Hall has. So look at the speed,
take it with a grain of salt that he's not going to be LaDainian Tomlinson, probably.
But just in terms of like athletic metrics and workout metrics and stuff, that's where they're.
But that's a great guy to emulate if you're starting from prospect mode, right? You want to strive to be a guy that you have a similar athletic profile to.
Yeah, check it. 2021, 1,600 yards. 1,600 yards, man, on 263 rush attempts. And he's my God, he was their offense. He was their offense, dude. Wow.
Yeah, they might be taking a page out of, Philadelphia's play calling book, and they might just run other teams to death, because Drew Lock is the last guy you want chucking the ball 40 times a game.
Yeah. But yeah, so maybe they're gonna roll with Malik Willis here, and
are they?
This is not playing out like any of the experts. A lot of them thought. I mean,
yeah, but it is playing out how I thought. So, what does that tell you about these guys?
No, man. That's why I got you on the show, man. That's why
you're on the show. We might be a little rough around the edges, Andy.
I know, man. We might be. We definitely are. But you know what? We put in the same legwork. We put our pants on the same way. And
we might
takes,
not have
that's good takes.
The PFF grades that some of these scouts have, but that doesn't mean we're not right.
The Colts have traded pick number 42 to the Vikings. The Colts slid back. Vikings moved back up. Minnesota slides back up. Get ready for a lot more of that tonight, guys. I'm only on
this guy's one beer in, folks. One beer.
Half a beer in, man. Yep. Hair of the dog. I never even went to sleep, dude.
Did you stay up writing the article last night?
No, I did not.
Yeah,
I was pretty tired, especially because I went and ate food after that. Like I was going through the pantries, like, what can I find? Oh, there's chocolate there. there's some almonds there. I'm gonna eat those. I'm gonna eat this, man. Oh, there's some cereals. So got into the kids' cereal, started eating that.
Elbow deep in a box of Lucky Charms.
I went through like 3 or 4 different things of like, snack food, and then I was ready to pass out.
Well, not drinking beer tonight, but I'm going to be here for the long haul, thanks to
the bang
vitality in a can right here.
Vitality in a can. What's people start taking your bets on Steve's bathroom break over unders?
I didn't have the 7 coffees today though, so
okay, so we may be going under today then. Oh, the purple people eater strikes. The purple people eater strikes. The Minnesota Vikings take Clemson corner Andrew Booth. We were talking about Andrew Booth for a while, man. Finally, Andrew Booth, 6 foot, 194. Some of the best feet in the draft class. But he got exposed a tad too often for a liking. He gave up 29 catches for 46 targets, 312 yards in his first full year as a starter. 6 foot 194 from Clemson, but he is a 5-star 247 sports recruit. He made a one-handed interception versus Virginia in 2020.
That's the kind of stuff you like to see because you see receivers making these insane catches all the time, but a lot of times people say that the defensive backs are only defensive backs because they can't run routes or catch balls. But it's nice to see a defensive back that's got some hands on them because ultimately that's how they get paid.
Dude, all right. This is the time. We got to go back. I'm still stunned by this Breece Hall move up by the Jets to get Breece Hall from the Jets. They add Garrett Wilson, who I absolutely loved. Between Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson, and they added Sauce. We got to see what's going on with Zachy. I mean, there's got to be hype for Zach this year. I mean, this is big hype for Zach, right? I mean, if you were up in the draft, let me hold that thought. You say what I think you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say I heard a couple guys on a different broadcast I was listening to this morning that were like, you can't be excited about anyone in a Zach Wilson offense, and I'm like, why not?
Why not?
Why not? He was a rookie last year.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He didn't do anything terrible. Did he, blow the roof off the place? No, but as the season went on, he definitely improved, and that's really all you can ask for.
All right, if you're up in the draft, are you taking let's say redraft, seasonal redraft? Let's throw dynasty out of it for this upcoming season. Are you taking Zach Wilson or Kirk Cousins?
I'm probably taking Kirk Cousins just because you know what you're getting, right?
All right. Are you taking Zach Wilson or Matt Ryan?
I think that Zach Wilson will finish just ahead of Matt Ryan, but Matt Ryan's explosiveness may be, the ceiling might have come down a little bit, but his floor is a bit higher. You can't really base Matt Ryan's capabilities off of what he did last year. I mean, trust me, I had him in our league. I know exactly how much time he had to throw the ball, and he was just getting sacked every time he dropped back. But playing with the Colts, he's going to have some good games, absolutely. But he doesn't have the weapons that Zach Wilson has. So that's the.
Are you ready to get excited about another guy that I was hoping to get excited about, and I think we're going to get excited about? We're going to keep getting excited about. We'll go back to Zach Wilson. The New York Giants select speedster wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson.
Interesting.
Very interesting, because he is, for a lot of people, a reach. I cannot believe that they took Wan'Dale Robinson over Sky Moore, to be honest with you. Wan'Dale Robinson is only 5'8", 178 pounds. But he's touted as one of the best gadget players in the class, can be a vertical weapon out of the slot. He caught 16 deep balls in 2021, so he's a lot like, think of him like Rondale Moore or Marquise Hollywood Brown, Is
that would you say he's like a Santana Moss type of fella?
Okay, that's an interesting comp. I know that in terms of dynasty, our guy, shout out to David Hunter, is really high on them. His best comparable, Scotty Miller. You know who Scotty Miller's best comparable is? Tyler Lockett. So it's interesting. He runs a 4.44, but you add this guy into the Giants defense with Kenny Golladay, who really needs to figure out a way to stay healthy, right? Kenny Golladay, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton. That's their wide receivers. I mean,
I think it's actually a smart pick, because we were talking about last night about how oft injured the Giants receiving core is, and now you have Tony, who has not been issued a copy of the playbook yet because he won't show up for mini camp. So yeah, they need a guy that's going to be a playmaker, and he doesn't have to fit the prototype of an alpha receiver. They just need playmakers, and it's now or never for Daniel Jones if he's going to stick around in the league.
Check this out, though. This is insane. So, right, they give Daniel Jones a weapon, right? First and foremost, yes, baby, I told you guys. This is why you guys are signed up for our Patreon on the Quest, right? All right, college target share, 39.3%. Dude, 99 percentile. 40% of all passes in Kentucky went to this 5'8" cat here, Wan'Dale Robinson. That's insane, dude. That's insane.
Here's the thing: is I never understood the whole not taking a guy because he's a certain height or a certain weight or whatever. I mean, like I get it that they got to be able to withstand the the rigors of a long season, but look at guys like Warwick Dunn that made it in the league, and look at guys like Santana Moss, Devin Hester. I mean, the league is full of guys that are smaller. If they have the right skill set, they're not going to be getting hit as often anyway.
Yeah, Tony didn't show up to pick up his playbook. I forgot all. I forgot all about Kadarius Tony already.
And you know what? That makes me sad because he's a Gator. I like the guy.
He's got really good measurables too.
He looked pretty good in spots last year, but
he did.
If you're not going to be, you've only been around 1 year and you're already not going to be like putting the team ahead of yourself, then that's not a good look.
Yeah, I mean, he was a first-round draft pick for them last year, and he did flash, dude. I remember the cards, the limited selection that was out for him spiked big time because he flashed big in a game. If we look at the game log, where's his game log? If you look at the game log, which game was that? Yeah, right here. It was week number 5. That's right. It was against Dallas. He was being covered by Trayvon Diggs. And he went off, man. 13 targets that he converted for 10 receptions, 189 yards, 52 of which were after the catch. So he went nuclear that week, and I remember his cards spiking big time after that week 5. And there wasn't much out.
I remember because I was trying to complete my full pen pals set for this year, and I hadn't found any of his, and at the time someone must have went in and bought him up because that week I linked it in the Discord and there was none except for like 2 redemptions that were on eBay at that point. So they definitely got bought up, and the prices are still looming a bit, but here's to hoping they come down a little bit more.
Let's go, Daniel Jones. Let's go. That's a commitment, man. That's a commitment in Danny Dimes, dude.
You gotta, I don't know about you guys, but I love a good comeback story, man. If you have ever seen any of the Rocky films, man, what's a better feeling than becoming an underdog and coming back from being knocked down only to be champ again? And that's what some of these guys do, and I would love to see it for a guy like him.
Yeah, I mean, hey, everything is setting up, right? I mean, they arguably got the best offensive tackle and the best edge rusher in the draft, dude. Kayvon Thibodeau had the best college production, even better than Aiden Hutchinson. And for a lot of people, he was the number 1. The Giants got him, and then they got freaking Evan Neal. They got Evan Neal from Alabama, who was arguably the biggest, best offensive lineman in the draft, right next to Ike Ekwonu and stuff. Like, I mean, how did they? I mean, they just destroyed the first round, and now you add a weapon for Daniel Jones. Whew, son. Oh, get this. Houston traded with wait. Yeah. The Browns have traded pick number 44 to the Texans. More business between those teams, right? So Browns were happy about getting Deshaun Watson, so they gave their pick to the Texans, pick number 44. The Texans pick is in. Wide receiver John Mechie III, drafted by the Texans. So another weapon for Davis Mills to go along with Brandon Cooks and Nico Collins, baby.
Interesting. Very interesting.
They
now have they didn't have much of a running game. They have the Marlon Mack, the Mack attack in the backfield, and a third receiver now. So there may be a tight end short of having like a legitimate insane offense, in my opinion.
Wow. People aren't liking that that pick of Wan'Dale Robinson. They feel that he overlaps with Kadarius Toney. It could indicate that Toney trade rumors weren't entirely smoke last week. So that's interesting. There was also the biggest reach, as the PFF Big Board had him ranked 125th overall. Like if you looked at the wide receivers, they skipped on Sky Moore, George Pickens, who was a dog before he broke his ankle, Jalen Tolbert from South Alabama, Calvin Austin from Memphis, who looked really good. Your guy Alec Pierce from Cincinnati. They jumped all these guys to get a repetitive wide receiver in Wandale, but he's gonna have to be he's gonna have to be the ultimate gadget player. Maybe they trade Tony now. Maybe they trade Kadarius Toney. So that's interesting. I still can't believe they passed up on Sky Moore, who I thought looked really good.
You know,
and John Mechie, but John Mechie's got an Alabama helmet. You see what's going on here.
The Texans don't have a lot of success with drafting receivers the past couple of years. I say that Nico Collins they were able to get some value out of him, halfway through the draft last year. But, you look at some of the guys they've taken higher over the past few years, like Kiki Kote and some of these other guys. And it's like, they don't make it. They just don't make it. And Aaron Rodgers was talking about that this morning on the McAfee show about how you take these guys high in the draft at the receiver position and how many of them shake out of the first round, How many Jerry Rices are there and how many other, big names stick that were first round takes? So
that's true. That's true. Jerry Rice notoriously slid in the draft. Look at this prospect profile for John Mechie. Got the helmet, the Alabama helmet, best comparable though to Russell Gage. Yeah, I'm not crazy about this pick, the Houston. I'm not sure what they were thinking here, man, to be honest with you. This is some college pedigree right here, man, because why would you not go Sky Moore, Alec Pierce, any of these George Pickens? Are you kidding me? Like what are they doing, dude? What are they doing?
I feel like they paid for the speaking of General Mills, they paid for the brand name when they could have got the store name for a much cheaper price. Right?
Yeah,
they could have got the Albertsons or Publix John Mechie a couple rounds later.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was a reach. I don't like that pick, but hey, I don't run the Texans. I'm not gonna tell them how to wipe their butt and everything.
If we just keep working our way up a little at a time, though, Andy, maybe we could get into the Bucs organization. We can get into some drafting.
Fast Eddie, man. Spencer Rattler's coming out next year, brother. He's coming out next year. He'll be in next year's draft class.
Oh, pick is in for the Ravens.
Ooh. I probably need to clear out all these notifications. Well, I don't have the pick yet.
Does that mean that the TV finally caught up with the actual real-time draft?
No way.
Unbelievable.
Can't be possible. It can't be possible. Yeah, Tony's a knucklehead, man. Kadarius Toney's a knucklehead.
So there's a lot of people that are it's 50-50 in the comments on Twitter for Mechie. About half the people say that him and Davis Mills are going to light the league up. Then you got people saying that he's got so many on and off the field issues. And then there's people saying, are you effing kidding me? So it's all over the board on this guy.
Whew. And you got the Ravens are up, but I haven't got the pick yet. Derek Richards survived, man. He's still alive.
Well, I think it's safe to say that we know that rather than grading, he prefers to stay with raw.
Yeah. He's a raw dog. And he's got tacos in hand. Woo! All right, the pick is in. You know what the Ravens do here, Steve. You know what the Ravens do.
Defensive player.
Michigan pass rusher, David Ojabo is recovering from a torn Achilles suffered at his pro day. Oh, God, that's unfortunate. Let him fully recover, and Baltimore is getting a first-round talent in the second round. He slid all the way because he tore the Achilles. People love that pick, apparently. The Baltimore fans are loving that. Let's look at this cat real quick because he's a four-star recruit.
Big fella, 6'4". Wow, 6'4", 4.5 dash.
Wow. 5 forced fumbles in 2021. Career high 7 pressures versus Penn State and 37 pressures over the final 10 games in his career. Dude, how crappy is that? You tear your Achilles on your pro day. Dang, that's bad luck.
Yeah, and that sucks because that's a pretty long recovery time for that. But, hey, he could have slid a lot further.
Dude, that Michigan defense was nasty, huh? Last year?
And, yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't look, but I just know the tendencies. Certain teams have tendencies, just like the Texans always take bust receivers. Ravens always take defensive linemen. So I think that's a great pick for them. Andy, I gotta highlight this comment on Twitter about Malik Willis.
Okay. Highlight.
Malik Willis is going to get drafted for World War III before the NFL at this point.
That's a hot take.
That's yeah. Hilarious though. Hilarious.
Wow. Well, we got some quarterback eBay analysis to do here. We got to see what our boy. So going back to that, we were talking about, okay, you're going into the draft now. It's let's say it's the 8th round of a standard fantasy league, 1 QB league. You're presented with either Zach Wilson or Daniel Jones. Who do you take?
Like in a redraft league?
Yeah, redraft, seasonal for 2022.
I would take Zach Wilson.
Zach over Daniel Jones. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving him all the weapons to succeed. It's Daniel Jones still has to prove it. This is a prove it year for him. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that he won't have a good year. He has all the tools to be good, but how long is this reclamation project with the coach going to take? Is it going to take half the season, a quarter of a season, maybe a whole season, and he signs for a little bit less to stay with the team and keep improving? So, he is a good play at the current price tag you can get him at, but I don't know if he's going to come out of the gates like a changed man. It might take half a season.
The Lions pick is in. Did they get Malik Willis? No, they did not. The Lions selected Kentucky defensive tackle Josh Pascal with pick number 46, who's a Dan Campbell player. This is Dan Campbell's guy. This was his pick, man.
Now, is that back-to-back defensive ends for the Lions?
I believe so. Yeah, because they went Aiden Hutchinson in the first. They kept trading back, traded with Minnesota at the beginning of the second here. So, yeah.
He had a 90.0 PFF grade in 2021.
Ooh.
That is good. I mean, if those guys both pan out, I'm going to have to, cover my eyes every time Justin Fields drops back at this point.
Oh, my God, dude. So, yeah, Pascal has a unique body type for the edge. 6'3", 278. He's a leverage demon who lived in opponents' backfields last year en route to a Power 5 leading 12.4% run stop rate. 4-star recruit, 6'4", 268. He has bull rush weapon written all over him. His versatility should be coveted in any scheme. Wow. Okay, so they've got their guys in Aiden Hutchinson, John Pascal, but you still got Jared Goff, so they've got a better offensive line. This is wild, man. They added Jamison Williams, the speed. Jared Goff, man. Jared Goff is the guy, I guess, for the foreseeable future for the Lions. But the thing is, okay, the Lions go out and win 10 games this year. 10 games, 11 games. This is going to put them further back in the first round of 2023. And I don't think that Jared Goff is going to win you a Super Bowl. I mean, he's been there.
Yeah, but if they win 10 games, Andy, how many? Looking at the draft so far, how many key positions are they going to need? Plus, if you win 10 games with Goff as your quarterback, that means that you could maybe draw a big free agent by showing like, hey, look what we did. If one or two good veterans were to sign on, in a weak division, other than Green Bay, it remains to be seen if the Vikings can hang on to their spot. I don't think that they've really improved their team since last year at this point. So
no, and now I'm afraid they're going to.
The most improved team in the division is already Detroit, like by a mile.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't think that. I don't know, man. It's yet to be seen, right? And maybe they figure out a way to trade into that. But I don't know. This is gonna be. This is obviously going to lead to some hype for Jared Goff, his former number one overall pick.
I'm telling you right now, he comes out week 1, throws 4 touchdowns. It's going to be sick, and they should make a shirt that says "Whooping Goff."
Got the whooping Goff.
Yeah,
all right, next pick is in. I now realize this is the Washington Commanders' first pick of the draft here at 47. They moved back, right? However, they did pick wide receiver in the first round. I stand correct. I forgot about that.
Or whatever his name
they picked Jahan Dotson. That's right. They picked Jahan Dotson, but they went with defensive tackle here, defensive interior tackle, another Alabama player, Fedarian Mathis. Another below average, according to them, a pick, according to PFF. 6'4", 310, career high, 5 run stops versus LSU in 2021, which is good, and a 93.4 pass rushing grade versus Mississippi State in 2020. Says he's a plug-and-play run defender at the next level with the kind of strength of a kind of length to 2-gap consistently. He graded out as an above-average run defender for 4 straight seasons in college out of Monroe, Louisiana. Versatile and reliable. All right. Run defense. What do you need to stop? Well, the Eagles, the Cowboys, Saquon Barkley, if he's healthy, the Giants. I dig it. They probably play the Bucs at some point. Okay. I mean, Alabama interior defensive lineman. I mean, it's building the trenches, man. Building in the trenches. A lot of teams are building in the trenches. They're prioritized. It's interesting. We're seeing a lot of priority on trench guys, corners, wide receivers have been a big commodity. I think that's a big transition that we've seen the last year. Like, we're starting to realize, if you build in the trenches and you get really good wide receivers on the outside, you can have a guy like Jared Goff or I don't know, I'm Zach Wilson, Matt Ryan, all these guys, and that can get you to a postseason. I mean, I guess they're kind of looking at the Joe Burrow and Matt Stafford, type of build archetype, and looking at these guys aren't putting their teams on their shoulders like Josh Allen is or Patrick Mahomes is.
I gotta say that I'm surprised that 19% of PFF users liked that pick, because I'm reading the comments on Twitter, and the Commanders are getting dragged real hard right now for that pick.
Yeah. Only 19% of PFF users like that, but that's not good, man. That's that's the worst percentage in the entire second round, besides Wan'Dale Robinson on the Giants. But I'm curious to hear what all the trash talk is about that pick.
A while back we were talking about the kind of legal trouble and disarray at the front office of the Commanders. Would it necessarily surprise you that they're just making awful draft picks at this point? I mean, honestly, that whole organization is looking like there's some serious issues there. Did they just put a bunch of names on the wall, put a blindfold on, and throw a dart at it? They might have had a better pick if they did that, honestly.
Chicago's on the clock, man.
Come on, man. I don't care if it's a week. Take one of my guys, make this guy happy.
Alec Pierce. I mean, you do need wide receivers. Darnell Mooney can't be the only guy.
And he has
and Byron Pringle just got arrested for doing donuts or drag racing or something like that.
Yeah, he had his son in the car. He got reckless driving, and he didn't have he had an expired license or something like that.
Not only was he like drag racing or some on a public road or doing donuts or doing something stupid in his car, but he had a suspended license and he had his son in the car, like breaking 3 laws at once. Like, don't you know that's the number one rule? You never break more than 1 law at a time.
And it was in Florida, Andy. If he was in Chicago, he might have gotten a pass. But he was in Florida. They're like, I don't care. You're not in our division, or you're not on our team. Get out of here, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah, just poor decision making. Poor decision making. I'm not gonna refresh Twitter. I'm gonna let you surprise me since it's the Bears. I want it to feel like Christmas morning when you tell me the pick.
All right. The Bears select safety from Penn State, Jaquan Brisker.
All right.
Jaquan Brisker. He's 6'1", 199 from Penn State. He looks pretty stout. He's an incredibly sound safety who will be coveted by teams with specific box roles. He earned an 89.5 coverage grade in a career year this past fall. His play style and explosiveness make him a very easy projection to the NFL. Okay. He allowed 1 touchdown and 2 first downs all season in 2021.
So that's if him and the previous pick end up panning out, that's pretty good because that's 2 defensive backs in a row.
He played wide receiver in high school and then transitioned.
So he's basically like a Devin Hester type
player.
Yeah.
I like the size, man. 6'1", 199. I'm going to go see if I can pull up his combine profile.
You know, I don't know if safety is a need per se because we do have Eddie Jackson, but Eddie Jackson can only play one of the 2 safety spots, so maybe it's not a bad pickup.
Yeah, best comparable to Micah Hyde. I like the comparable. Solid speed, agility, catch radius. I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm one of my favorite players ever is John Lynch. So, like, I'm a big fan of the safety position. I like watching safeties play. I think they have a really cool job. Maybe that's why I gravitated towards Kyle Hamilton. I liked his play style too. They're like, you know, they're like, man, they're like a lion or something, but they're not the size of a lion. More like a cheetah or a leopard back there. They're like stalking their prey and then they attack. You know.
Let's see what Twitter has to say.
I think Chicago needs defensive secondary. They definitely need that.
There's a reason he's falling. No, the Eagles should have taken him. Justin Fields has to be furious right now. Wait a minute, this isn't a wide receiver. Some guy said, bro, we already have Jalen Johnson. Yeah, Jalen Johnson plays corner for the Bears, though.
What do the New Orleans Saints do here, guys? What are the New Orleans Saints are up. You've got a ton of talent. I think the Saints might double dip here on wide receiver. They may add another wide receiver. Or we could see the second quarterback taken off the board here. Ooh. The Saints could very well go QB here. Come on, give us a quarterback, man. Give us a quarterback, Saints. Mickey Loomis? I know you want to.
Did you say a quarterback?
Yeah.
Andy, don't you know that Andy Dalton is the backup? They have 2 great quarterbacks already.
Stop it.
The red
rifle lives on.
The red rifle, man. And I'll tell you, he's clearly not on the Bears anymore. And I've recently picked up on a good deal one of his rookies. So I just like the guy in general.
He's definitely going to start the season. Now that you brought Andy Dalton up, we got to pull him up.
That is amazing.
Got Andy Dalton pulled up.
I wonder how he feels about the comparison.
It's a lot better than Sam Darnold at Lego Man.
Lego Man for the win, though.
There's Jared Goff.
What the hell? What is that?
It
Is
was
that like a widget on some guy's head?
yeah, what was that movie? Oh, Mad Max or something.
They got some. I like the Cooper Cup one the best, I think, though.
Oh yeah, Cooper Cup. He's got the
Archangel.
Archangel. That's what I was looking for. The Archangel wings. Rondale Moore's got the Ant-Man suit.
That's actually a pretty close comparable, honestly. Who else has a really cool one? Burrow's got a really cool one on there.
Oh well, yeah, because it's like the Fitzpatrick. They got him in the chain.
When he walked, and I said it on our
side.
stream that day, I said, when you walk into a stadium dressed like that, you win football games. So Burrow clearly has a good sense of fashion, much better than what's that cat's name? The Cam Newton.
Or Mac Jones. I can envision Mac Jones just wearing like a dad outfit, like
like a Kangol hat and a collared Abercrombie shirt or something.
Gap jeans. Yeah, like those penny loafers. The boat shoes or whatever they call them. Absolutely. The boat shoes or the penny loafers. All right, where's our pick? I
think we're on a commercial.
We're on a commercial. Okay, well, that's what we don't do commercials here, guys.
We do not.
Nope. We got eBay. We go to eBay.
While you're checking eBay here, I'm gonna read.
The show is not sponsored by eBay.
Let's see.
But if eBay would like to sponsor this show, we are up for discussion.
The Bears fans in the comments are not happy.
Oh, Todd says PFF is play for all of you. You'll only subscribe to one. I'm subscribed to both, but if I could only subscribe to one, I would be Player Profiler. Because their fantasy football tools are superior. Now,
Pick is in, Andy. Pick is in.
If I was just looking for like pure football analysis, I would probably go with PFF. But from a fantasy aspect, I got to go with Player Profiler.
Oh, we got to pick, Andy. We got to pick.
Oh, wait a minute.
Saints have drafted.
Got it. You want to call the pick? You got the pick?
I do have the pick. And with the pick, Saints have taken Tennessee defensive back corner Alontae Taylor with pick 49. Saints are not on the board again until round 5.
Do we like this pick for New Orleans? Do we like this pick? I mean, secondary. I don't like this pick as a Tampa Bay fan.
It seems like the people in the comments are bewildered that quarterbacks aren't being taken. But remember what I said yesterday. We were told for the last 6 months that this is a weak quarterback class. And it wasn't until a few weeks ago that they were talking up all the quarterbacks. That's just like that's almost like shill bidding, in my opinion. You want to make the draft as exciting as possible, so you push all the big names to the front, all the QBs to the front. But some of us knew better than that because that's it. We knew what we were told the first 6 months. It was in the last month, these guys didn't improve. Like they weren't actively playing, So, yeah, I'm not surprised whatsoever. And I think that the defensive back is a better selection than if they were to take a quarterback here.
If you're Malik Willis and Matt Corral and you're in Vegas and you're sitting in the green room, are you sweating? Are you starting to sweat?
Oh yeah.
Starting to get a little embarrassed, a little nervous.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're gonna get drafted, but they're seeing their first paycheck shrink by the minute with every pick that goes by here.
Yeah. This cat from Alontae Taylor from Tennessee, it looks pretty impressive. Size, speed, experience against top competition in his favor as a 4-year starter. He broke out this past season with an 83.1 overall grade. versatile body type and athletic skill set make him projectable to just about any coverage position at the next level. 6'199". Another old guy. You know, we've talked about this. Draft class is 50% bigger because of COVID. Kansas City's on the clock, though, man. Kansas City's on the clock.
We talked about it yesterday with the Saints, and, what's kept them competitive has been defense. So, I think the pick makes sense.
That's true. Yeah, they're going to need that defensive firepower to stop.
There's no one they can draft that's going to keep them equal to the other teams, like, for example, the Buccaneers in their division, that's going to make them their equal. So they're going to have to win on the other side of the ball.
The Patriots just traded up with the Chiefs. The Chiefs traded pick number 50 to the Patriots. Patriots are on the clock.
Is this the Trey McBride pick? Other than the Bears,
this has got to be wide receiver. This has got to be wide receiver.
There's only one team I know that takes as many tight ends as Chicago does, and that's
I'm calling this. This is for Sky Moore. Sky Moore is just way. I mean, he's so cheap here. Unbelievably cheap. We're talking like 28 spots later than what he could have potentially gone. Justin's going to Kobe Dean
again,
linebacker. Which is not a bad pick either. And I don't know why the heck nobody's taken this cat Bernard Raymond from Central Michigan. I guess because he was only a 2-star recruit and he was playing tight end 2 years ago. And now holy crap, he was playing tight end 2 years ago. He's put on so much weight, they moved him to offensive line.
Yeah, I really don't know where they're going to go, but I think that it's nearing that time where one of the two tight ends is going to be coming off the board pretty soon here. They said either of those guys could be first-round picks, and they said they're both like season 1 starter ready. So I guess we'll see. I mean, the guys they have aren't exceptional or even maybe good. They're okay. I'd love to see the Bears or another team bring back the, like the Aaron Hernandez double tight end, dual threat tight end scheme. Like how do you stop something like that?
Yeah. Wow, they do have Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry. Yeah, they do.
Those guys are okay.
Jonnu couldn't stay healthy last year. Yeah, he's a beast, but he couldn't stay healthy. Hunter Henry,
I took a couple flyers on the Jonnu Smith because they were really cheap, but he got quickly overtaken by Henry. French? I don't know about French. Did he declare eligible for the draft this year? Maybe.
The pick is in. The pick is in for the Patriots. The Patriots select Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver from Baylor. Apparently, this dude ran a blazing 4.28 40-yard dash on his pro day. So we're talking it's going to be the fastest guy by far on the Patriots offense. Wow. I kind of like Jacoby Myers even more now.
Tyquan Taylor. I'm not even seeing him on my receiver sheet here.
Tyquan Thornton. Did I say Tyquan Taylor?
Did you say Thornton? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, hopefully I said Thornton because I was reading it off the tweet here. But, hey, man, don't put anything past me right now.
Let's see.
Wow, dude. This guy's got a really impressive profile, man, with how fast he is. Robbie Anderson, best comparable.
Yeah, that's some straight line speed with a 11.64 agility score there.
All right. people are going to be flooding eBay for Mac Jones. You know it, man. The Mac attack. It's going to get some hype.
6'2", 183. That's that I see how they could compare him to Robbie Anderson too, with the tall and slim physique.
Tall, slim, but I mean, look at that speed. 4.28. Whew, good Lord. But look at the agility. The agility is terrible. He's got no lateral quickness, man. So he's explosive. He's got good fast line, top line speed. He's tall, so he can surely win at some contested catches. Look at the arm length at that height. I mean, that's impressive, man. That's really impressive. But, I don't know if Mac Jones is a good deep ball thrower, man. I think the jury's still out on that.
Well, like we said earlier in the broadcast, Andy, I think that a guy like this isn't brought in to soak up a big portion of the target share, but to stretch the field out for the middle and the outside. So,
and that run game that New England loves to get after, right?
They have a two-headed monster, and they have two really good runners. I don't think they deviate from that at all this year.
Nobody dresses like the stash goat. Gardner is the stash goat. Now you got Sauce Gardner, but he ain't no Mississippi mustache. There's the Mississippi mustache with the mullet. Full mullet.
What it's like might be closely related to Joe Dirt. For those of you that haven't seen that movie,
yeah,
you should see that.
So wow, okay. So Mac Jones, what is Mac Jones? I think we got a little bit of time here to do some eBay comping.
Yeah,
right.
And I still think Mac Jones cards are a bit overpriced. So I wouldn't run out and just start buying Mac Joneses at this point.
I just want to see if anybody has bought any super high-end Zach Wilson, or what's the most high-end Zach Wilson that's been bought in the last day. None today. Interesting.
No, that was from 3 days ago.
None yesterday. Huh. There you go.
I like that. I like that Marvels, though. That was nice.
The closest one in the last 90 days, top transaction for Zach was 2 days ago. This immaculate, numbered out of 18. How many items am I showing per page here? That's another good question. Only 60. Let's crank that up to 240. Let's get us on a APR 28. Okay, all right. We got an immaculate right here. 15 out of 25 gold Zach Wilson signature patches. Had to go for over a G. We could 130 point that.
Oh, we got a pick, Andy.
We got a pick.
Eagles.
Ooh.
Would you like me to do?
All right, do carry on, Steve.
All right. The Eagles have taken Nebraska center Cam Jurgens with the 51st pick.
Wow,
Many
man.
suggesting the eventual replacement for Jason Kelsey.
Wow, more build in the trenches for Jalen Hertz. That's what that is, dude.
Yeah, you have a lot of people saying that it's a reach, and you have a lot of people talking about other like skill position players that they could have taken. But I mean, those aren't. Yeah, those are intriguing picks, but that's not really what they need. You know, they don't need more running backs, and they don't need more receivers, and they don't need a quarterback. So this pick does make sense.
This one, another pick is in. The Steelers pick is in already.
There it is.
Wow. So this is going to be worth a lot of discussion because there's some very talented wide receivers already on the depth chart for the Steelers. And then we don't know who's the quarterback going to be between Pickett and Trubisky. And they just picked George Pickens from Georgia. Yeah, George Pickens from Georgia. I said that right. Who broke his ankle last year. But before that, I mean, he was really good. He was really good.
Well, the guy that doesn't currently fit their offense, unfortunately, is Chase Claypool. So I think we'll see what happens. You know, Chase Claypool right now is kind of like their field stretcher. You know, not to say that he doesn't fit in with that team, but he's kind of like the odd man out at the moment. So I'm a little bit intrigued by this pick. You know, maybe there's not a guy they saw that was a serviceable lineman for them, or maybe there's.
I think,
no
I think it's that, and I think they couldn't pass up on talent this cheap. Like, I mean, just to have the capital. I mean, you could potentially now look at trading Claypool. You know,
because Claypool on a different team is.
He could be insane. Like imagine if you put him on the Bucks on the other side from Mike Evans or something, you know, or put him on any team that's like got a good deep ball thrower, like, you know, put him on the Chargers, put him on Kansas City, put him on.
Man, I tell you what, man, on Kansas City, he would be insane.
I'd be buying a poop out of his cards. But the Pat Derrick is funny, man.
I don't know how I feel about this one, but if he ends up being in the realm of Jerry Jeudy-ish, it's not bad. It's not bad. I just don't think they needed another wide receiver.
Yeah, I don't think they needed as much as they need just to keep building in the trenches like these other teams. But he was, you know, a first-round talent by all considerations. You look at his production before he got injured. The guy has serious upside, like real 79% catch rate.
You can even look at his age 21 numbers because he played 4 games and he got hurt. So
yeah,
those numbers are very misleading.
Yeah. Very true.
But he had 6 touchdowns in 8 games at age 20. So that's a little more realistic to look at.
And 8 touchdowns in 12 games with a 79% catch rate. And I'm not sure who the Georgia quarterback has been in 2019 and 2020. But we're not talking about him, so it couldn't have had that great of a quarterback.
Perhaps some deep balls from Mitch.
If Mitch can develop that, you know, that soft touch, man, of lobbing a ball in a breadbasket.
I think that he's going to unveil that weapon this year. I mean, he's always had the cannon, but the finesse is what he needed.
What's up, Mike? What are we doing here? The Baylor Bears.
How ironic. Chase Claypool is the one that announced the pick.
Oh, the Colts. So, okay, the Colts did something. Did you just say Chase Claypool announced the pick for George Pickens?
Yeah.
For the Steelers? That's interesting. Wow, he just announced like his competition. That's interesting.
I just saw the Colts pick and I want to cry.
Is Michael Pittman calling the pick for Indianapolis?
I don't know. He's not up there yet.
Man, I don't like this pick, but your guy taking Alec Pierce, man. Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati that we analyzed a little bit earlier in the show.
That was like the only pick I really cared about for the Bears, honestly. So
but dude, this is a repetitive pick to Michael Pittman, in my opinion. Like, this is a pretty repetitive pick to Michael Pittman. And I know I get it that they need depth, but you and I both have a strong affection for Ashton Dulin, and this is going to hurt Ashton Dulin's stock. because he was undrafted. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that moves him to the wide receiver 3 at this point.
I love this next pick, though. We finally get it, man. The Kansas City could not say no. The Kansas City Chiefs with the number 54 overall pick, Sky Moore from Western Michigan. Oh, that's going to be a nasty weapon for Kansas City. What does this do to the stock of Juju Smith-Schuster, you ask? I think you got to downgrade Juju a little bit here, man. I know Patrick Mahomes can easily feed 2 to 3 guys, right? But we never saw anybody behind Tyreek Hill get like, I think it's going to be more spread out between MVS, Juju, and now Sky Moore. And obviously Travis Kelce is going to have 25% target share, right? So
I've always been skeptical of MVS. You know, I don't think he's going to hog up a lot of the target share. Look how long he was in Green Bay, and I'm not to say that he can't have games, but he's not going to put like a full season together. He's never done it before. I don't think he's going to do it now.
Yeah.
But I think that definitely maybe just a little bit moves Juju down, but I still think that Juju's like the primary beneficiary of moving into that offense.
So I know it's Western Michigan, but Sky Moore 5'10", 199 or 191. Dude, this guy has got such good ability to release. I've saw him juke out so many guys at the line of scrimmage. It's unreal. Look at his college target share. That's because he was open all the freaking time. It didn't matter who they were playing. He just gets open. And I think this guy could easily become a favorite target of Patrick Mahomes, honestly. I mean, 40% college target share, 45% college dominator. I like this, man. 4.4 speed, so he's got the speed, the quickness.
Looks like
he looked like a slightly smaller DJ Moore to me.
Looks like the Chiefs fans in the comments are liking it. Mostly.
I like it.
They're calling him Tyreek Hill 2.0.
Look at that. 97% of PFF users like this pick. Oh, we got the first. The first tight end off the board, Trey McBride from Colorado State. With
Andy, I'm disappointed, man. Those are the two guys I wanted the Bears to get going in just a few picks. That's a huge pickup for Kyler, man.
Yeah, that's another huge pickup for Kyler. I hope you guys have been stocking up on Kyler while he's been dirt cheap the last couple months. I've been talking about him an awful lot.
Justin, yeah, I've been following Pierce for a while. Like I was saying earlier, he's from around where I'm from and went to high school locally. So really bummed, but man, I do like that guy. I will be for sure investing in his cards when they get printed.
Hey, shout out to Fast Eddie P. We really appreciate that super chat, sir. Thank you very much. That goes a long way to helping grow the channel. He says, thanks for doing this breakdown. Really neat. Essential information, especially being cards are kept in mind. Yeah, cards are always on our mind, sir. Always on our mind, sir. Everything we do here, football and fantasy football is a foundation, but we always bring it back to the football card market. So appreciate that, sir.
So there was a couple people in the comments that said regarding Trey McBride, who in all caps? I mean, the guy was the number one tight end prospect in the draft class.
6'4", 246.
So someone said, you guys clearly don't watch football if you're saying who. I got to agree with that.
Trey McBride, look at that, man. College dominator at Colorado State, 98th percentile. I mean, best comparable to Heath Miller. We like that. The speed for a big man, 6'4", 245. You like that speed score? That's solid. We don't have some other metrics. But look at that, man. In 2021, that's what it is, man. Look at the production. 12 games, 90 receptions, 1,121 receiving yards,
Look at that
34%
target
share.
Man.
That's insane, dude. Only one touchdown, but
I gotta say, I was pretty high on Zach Ertz going into this year, but I guess we'll see now. Look at those guns. Holy cow.
Yeah, big dude. I mean, yeah, I think this hurts Zach Ertz for sure. I don't think obviously Trey McBride is going to step right in, but he may step right in and start soaking up targets because they're using second round draft capital. You use second round draft capital, the guy's going to get some opportunities, you know?
And the word on the street for him is he's starter ready. So
starter ready. I mean, slot him in. So, but the thing is, all right, Zach Ertz has got a Super Bowl. And that was he was, I mean, dude, you could have put him up on the MVP stage for that Super Bowl with the Eagles. And he's also married to what's her name? And she's famous. Come on, help me out here, Steve. You know a pop culture reference.
Sorry, what was the
who is Zach Ertz married to?
Oh, that I don't know. But in regards to the pick that we're talking about here, you know, maybe not from a fantasy perspective, but you got to think that this guy's going to learn something from a veteran as good as Zach Ertz. That's only going to help his production.
Julie Ertz. She plays for the U.S. women's national soccer team.
Ah, yes. Mm-hmm.
The World Cup winner. So she's a famous soccer player. So, I mean, they're creating, their kids are going to be instantly
super athlete.
Yeah, they're going to be super athletes. They're expecting their first child together.
What's the PFF? What are the fans saying about that pick? Because it looks like it looks like the comments is mostly favorable. There's people that are mad because they already have Zach Ertz, but I like the pick, honestly.
61% of PFF users like this pick. 60. It's going down.
You have Zach Ertz. I get it. Zach Ertz is still capable of contributing at a high level, but Zach Ertz is at that age range where, you know, an injury could hinder him or keep him out for longer. So I like the pick, honestly. I wish he was on my team, but I like the pick for Arizona.
Yeah, serious weapons for Kyler. What's Kyler's – dude, you realize I was just talking about Kyler. Like, I've talked about him so much, and I would not be surprised we go start comping some Kyler Murray, and he's starting to take off, I bet
Kyler optic cards and Dak optic cards over the last several months, I've never seen so cheap. And I'll be completely honest that I stocked up on as many as I could at a reasonable price. So let's see him air it out this year, huh?
This is it, man. This is the year, man. Got to. And Cliff Kingsbury, he could hold him back. He could be their limiting factor, and that's I think what a lot of people's hesitation is with them, because you know how much the playoffs and the Super Bowl drives, you know, the hype cycle for the playoffs and Super Bowl is insane.
You know, they're talking up not just his ability to catch the ball, but they're really talking about Trey McBride's blocking ability, which, you know, I wasn't too aware of myself. But if you think about it, I mean, that's what keeps you on the field. You know, if you have a good quarterback, he needs protection. And you also have some unique opportunities to block and release, which creates more receiving opportunities.
James Conner, man. Here we go. Over on vintagecardprices.com. You could see that overall we're down. The prices are down for his PSA 10 base prism. The SGC 9.5 is up, though. We've got a new high sale for the SGC 9.5. What's the date on that? 4/14. Someone reached at 180. But this is why I like the site, because you can immediately go here. It was a buy it now. So this was a This was a true reach, man. Somebody reached on 414 here at 180 for a SGC 9.5 base prism. That's interesting.
We got a super chat from Chris.
Oh,
What's
appreciate
up,
you,
brother?
Chris. Check it out here. Appreciate you, Chris. We really appreciate that super chat, sir. What do you guys think about low numbered RPAs from smaller sets like Zenith, Black, Limited, etc.? I have found these sets to be really cheap on some nice looking cards.
I gotta say, I really like Limited a lot. Black is actually one of my favorites. Even some of the base cards that look like base cards, they're serial numbered, so I do like those. And the RPAs from any of those sets, they're considered higher end sets, despite the fact that they're not as well known. But they are Panini sets; they're higher end. If you get the right card, people that are serious collectors are gonna know that those are expensive sets, and they're gonna pay accordingly.
Yeah, very true. Very true. I think it comes back to that scarcity factor. Especially if they come with those other assets like the autograph.
Like the Limited has a really nice thick white cardstock with like a black trim around it. It looks really nice.
Which year should I pull up? Which year?
Yeah, I mean, since we're talking Kyler, maybe pull up a 2019.
Yeah. Let's look up a 2019 Limited. I've always kind of liked the Limited font. They got that old English font on their cards. Yeah, there's that old.
Yep. I like the little logo too.
See, it's very true because a card like this, numbered out of 49 for National Treasures, Immaculate, Contenders, is going to go way more than $440. I actually have two of them. 2 out of 49ers.
Since we're on here, while Andy's showing that, for those of you that don't have a ComC account, if you ComC and eBay are interconnected, so if you actually buy that card directly from ComC, it will be quite a bit cheaper, maybe 15% cheaper.
I know Andrew Perry in the house. What's up, man? Andrew Perry has been a big Kyler investor for quite some time now, so I'm sure he's pumped about these weapons.
That's a super nice card, though. I
right?
do like that.
For the price, I feel that's an on-card auto too, man. And you've got, I see a tiny bit of whitening, but of course, these thick cards, it's so easy to get a little whitening on the corners. But look at that patch, man. Got part of the number. Now, of course, I'm sure it's not going to be player worn, used. He used it, man. He used it. He probably walked around. Maybe he walked around for 15 minutes at the.
Maybe he made his morning coffee with it on.
He made his morning coffee.
And since we're talking about sets that are kind of like not revered as often, we've covered Spectra on the channel a few times. Spectra is just an incredible looking set, and one that I really like that depending on your specific taste is hit or miss in the hobby is Elements. I love Elements. I think Elements is awesome. The cards are very heavy. It's almost like having like one of those steel Amex cards when you slam it off the table when you go to pay the bill. They're just heavy duty, great looking cards. You can leave the protective peel on. You could take it off, kind of like the old basketball, baseball, football, Topps Finest cards from the mid-90s. But they have a really nice look to them, and they're all serial numbered.
I can't find any Zenith Kyler Murray.
Let's see if I can pull one up here.
I agree. Elements are very interesting. I've got to get one in my hands to actually feel that card. The Zenith are interesting. I like the look. Now, I will say I have noticed that these notoriously sell for less. A lot of them are serial numbered too. A very interesting look to it. Like, check this one out. This is out of 10. And it's going for $235 with 19 watchers, and someone hasn't pulled the trigger yet. Ooh. Does have a rookie card logo gold. Ooh. Sticker auto. You think someone pulls the trigger on this card?
That's a really nice card, man.
That's cool, right? With that football in the background?
You
I think
can't
it's
tell me
cool.
that that's not better looking than most other Jalen Hurts cards, in my opinion.
Honestly, it looks better than the rookie ticket auto, Jalen Hurts,
It's got the
specifically.
big football, the NFL logo. It's
Yeah.
numbered to 10.
It's numbered to 10. 06 out of 10.
I mean, the only thing that you could ask for that card doesn't have would be be numbered 2 out of 10 at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting, right?
I'm not finding any Kylers from the Zenith set in 2019. I wonder if there was a Zenith set in 2019.
So we have a pick. We gotta pick real quick because there was actually a trade that so the Bucks traded up with the Bills to get number 57, and the pick is in for the Bucks. Pick is in.
Hey, tackle guard Luke Godicki.
Godicki. I don't know, but I hope he's big and he's about to protect the most important man in the NFL. So eat your Wheaties. Eat your Wheaties, brother.
As a 1B favorite team Buccaneers fan, I approve. Andy, as a 1A Buccaneers fan, what do you think?
Hey, man, I love it, dude. I love it. Yeah, we got all the other components in place. Just build depth in the trenches, man. Protect Tom Brady at all costs because he ain't running nowhere. He's not running. He's only getting slower.
Yeah, he fits into the statue archetype. Absolutely. I mean,
Statue archetype.
He's just falling down. If a defensive end gets near him, he's just going to fall down. I mean, and I don't blame him.
How high are you taking Brady in seasonal redraft? Like, obviously, we've got to kind of devalue him in Dynasty, where you're literally like he'd be great for a win now scenario, right? Just like a true franchise, but he's not necessarily a guy that you're wanting to extend a 5-year contract to right now, unless he asks for it, just because he's the GOAT. But like you're not taking him in, it's even a super flex Dynasty league. I mean, you're not taking him in the first or second round, are you?
You know what's interesting is I've seen a couple people saying that he's like falling towards the back end of the QB1 conversation, and they would take him at like this QB6 to QB8 range. Were they watching football last year? Did he do something in the offseason to make him less valuable? I mean, I think he's going to be just fine. Why would his production fall off that far from last year? I think he's still top 3, top 4 fantasy production wise.
Yeah, I agree with you in the seasonal format. I think he's fantastic, man. I love it. Brady, especially, bringing in Shaq Mason, bring in this guy, bring in more offensive linemen. I love it, man. Brady, you bring in Russell Gage, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin will be back soon enough. Gronk's going to re-sign at some point.
In regards to the keeper or the dynasty question, that's a decision that I myself had to make. I had Brady, Herbert, Burrow 2 seasons ago, and I had to keep 2. So I kept Burrow and Herbert, and then last season I had to keep just Burrow, and I took Brady early on as a backup in the draft, I should say. So now I'm going into this offseason with both Burrow and Brady, and I was anticipating possibly keeping Brady before he retired. Now it's looking like I'm going to trade him away because he's maybe got 1 year left under his belt. Someone in my league is going to be like, hey, this is a value for 1 season. I can get this guy, right? And for me, having Burrow, that's a guy that I'm going to keep on my team probably till he retires or near around that time. So it's a good position to be in for me.
We got another pick, but I want to continue this quarterback conversation about Tom Brady just because I love talking about Tom Brady. The Falcons pass on QB again, guys. Selecting Montana State linebacker Troy Anderson. The quarterbacks continue to slide down the board. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I did hear this too as well, Chris. I heard that Brady was personally recruiting. I would like to get one more guy in the wide receiver depth chart, a big guy. Julio Jones has not been able to stay healthy very well at all, man. But I mean, if he could stay healthy and this is the year, like, hey, maybe now that Bruce Arians is moved to the front office, maybe Antonio Brown will come back too.
I hope not.
Maybe they can amend things. And I know he's a basket case, and he totally dissed Brady in those interviews, even though Brady had his back. He was a good friend and all that.
That guy needs some serious psychological help. I wouldn't want him on my team, just me personally. I think that Julio is going to end up back with Matt Ryan on the Colts.
So, are you drafting? All right. Here's an interesting one for you. Like, are you drafting Tom Brady ahead of Russell Wilson this year? If in a seasonal redraft league, I guess it doesn't matter if it's two quarterback.
That's a hard one. Yeah, I don't know. I would say maybe like those are the 4 and 5 in a specific order. I think maybe Brady would be like the 5th or 6th best QB off the board. Russell maybe 4, Brady 5 in that order. Like, will Brady probably finish ahead of Russell Wilson? Probably, because Brady just likes to chuck the ball 50 times a game, and they don't give a crap if they're winning by 3 touchdowns.
That's very true.
You gotta love that. This is professional sports, people. I don't care what anybody says. If you're winning by 40, if you feel like throwing the ball, throw the ball.
Yeah, that's Brady. But okay, so that means, right, you probably Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray, and then what? So that's the top 4 right there. But then you've got Lamar Jackson. So you're saying you would take?
I'm going to put Kyler and Lamar below him.
You're going to put Kyler and Lamar below Tom Brady in a redraft format? Wow, man, he's going to sling it this year. Just because you think a lot of he's going to average 4 passing touchdowns a game, right?
Well, we know he's not going to rush any touchdowns in, that's for sure. He might have like maybe 1 QB sneak. Maybe, possibly, probably not, but maybe during the year. But yeah, I mean, they're going to be chucking the ball. And the coaches are saying they may adopt a more run-heavy approach. I'm not buying that. This is Tom Brady. He's coming off his best statistical season of his career at his advanced age. Why would anything be that different this year? It doesn't make sense to me.
No, I think you're right. It's just and that's why he continues to do it, because people continue to doubt him. They'll continue to doubt him. They'll continue to take those other guys. They'll take Dak. They'll take Russ. They'll probably take Jalen Hurts. All these guys that have, like, Dak didn't hardly put up any rushing production last year, coming off of that ankle injury the year before. He totally committed to being more of just a pocket passer, and you lost a lot of that rushing production. And he wasn't fantastic for fantasy last year. And I think that's why a lot of his stock has fallen. Plus, they lost the ugly loss in the playoffs. And I think that's why his stock has fallen. So he's definitely a guy that, like, I'm bullish on investing in for that reason, because he does have a long-term contract with the Cowboys, and they are in a huge market. But I think you're right. I think I would, if Dak continues on that trend, I'd pick Tom Brady over Dak Prescott.
The thing with Lamar is a lot of his points do come from rushing, right? And if that secondary gets torched as bad as it did last year, how's he going to be keeping them in games? Like, you can't just run. I mean, he's going to take too many hits at some point. Like, I'm not saying that he's an awful passer. He's not an exceptional passer, but it's a passing league. He's going to need to develop some kind of passing game to keep them in games if the defense can't keep them in the games.
I was looking for my James Conner rookie ticket auto. I see some James Conner chatter in the chat. And I've got a James Conner rookie ticket auto. Very proud of that card, man. I like me some James Conner. So
I think that
A great story.
the thing with James Conner is his touchdown numbers sustainable? And I
Yeah.
say no. I say no.
Durability. If he gets like a 70% workload, now that Chase Edmonds isn't there, they're gonna have to rely more on Eno Benjamin. Can
I mean,
Eno
a
Benjamin?
bulk of his production came in the touchdown category. If you normalize his touchdown totals, he still has a good year. He doesn't have a elite year though.
Holy cow, man! Quarterbacks are sliding. Well, obviously we knew Cincinnati wasn't going to pick a quarterback, but their pick is in. The Bengals double dipping, man. They're going for home runs here now. They double dip on corner, on safety, right? Defensive secondary. Cam Taylor Britt from Nebraska. Shout out to 402 Collector, our content director somewhere out there.
Maybe he can enlighten us on that guy.
Cam Taylor Britt, man. Let me pull him up. But I don't know. That's going to be good for Cincy.
Yeah, I mean, Cincy's biggest weakness was their secondary. Like, not even close compared to any other need they might have. So if this guy pans out, at least he gives them a chance at improving the secondary, which, yeah, when Eli Apple is your number one defensive back, you have some issues. I will give him credit. He did make a couple of key plays in the playoffs, though.
Cam Taylor Britt, 5'11", 196, 22 and a half. He's one of the most physical corners in the draft class and possesses top-notch range as well. He could even be viewed as a safety for certain teams. Ooh, I like that pick for Cincinnati, man. 49ers are on the clock now. They're not going quarterback. They've got, too many they know what to do with.
Some guy in the comments said Eli Apple is better. I really hope not.
And then you got the Chiefs up at 62. They're not going quarterback. The Bills at 63. They're not going quarterback. And then the Broncos at 64. They're not going quarterback, dude. And then that's the end of round 2. So there's not going to be a quarterback drafted in round 2.
Yep. Yep.
Kenny Pickett is looking like a freaking stud right now. Pittsburgh, they could be sitting here at the end of the second with Kenny Pickett. I mean, do you think anybody else would have drafted? Do we think any other team in the NFL graded Kenny Pickett as high as Pittsburgh did? Maybe Carolina, but Carolina only had the one pick in the first 3 rounds, and they used that.
Andy, or was he picked simply because of the nepotism factor?
Very, very possible. I get mixed reviews between what Mike Tomlin actually thinks about that pick. No, I agree with you here, Corey. I think everybody's going to say no, right? Yeah. For some reason, I don't think this is going to be the case, Andrew. Only reason why I say that is because this draft class as a whole is 50% larger than the previous 3 draft classes because of COVID, opt-outs, players getting that extra year of eligibility that they got because of COVID. There's a lot of guys, extra 50%. So, and then you talk about all the historic team changes. So veteran cards of guys like Russ and Deshaun Watson and Matt Ryan and Devontae Adams and Tyreek and all these other guys are going to be highly demanded this year as well in their new uniforms. Carson Wentz there in Washington, possibly, if he can put something together. So I think you've got a lot of historic veteran team changes, which are going to create a demand for veteran product in the new uniforms. And then you have a larger draft class, so that's going to create larger checklists. And there's going to be breakout players from this draft class, maybe from the wide receivers. Obviously quarterbacks aren't getting the draft capital except for Kenny Pickett, but maybe.
Think about this though, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and I said that I was anticipating the quarterback slide. Think about what this does with the Panini product. By the time Prism comes out next year, with everything being on such a delay, these guys will have almost a full year, or they will have a full year of experience under their belt. So, maybe by the end of the season, you see a couple of these guys, even if they go later in the draft, see some action, right?
Yeah. No, it's a very.
If Contenders, if Prism, if Optic came out a month into the season, at this point, none of these quarterbacks are probably going to be on the field yet. And that would really hurt the product sales. At this point, though, if it comes out at the end of the season or after the season, at least one or two of these guys, if their teams are not in contention or the starter has gotten hurt, they might be thrust into a starting position, and people might actually start getting some QB hype for them. Because right now, every pick that goes by and they're not being taken, the QB hype for them is way down.
It just keeps dropping and dropping. And there's just like big old sweat armpit stains on Malik Willis's shirt right now. Sam Howell's over there.
Unsure.
Matt Corral is over there with the handkerchief, just like sopping wet with sweat. All right, we did. All right, so we're going to announce San Francisco's pick here at 61. Drake Jackson, edge defender from USC, right? Another defensive lineman here, edge rusher. We also missed the Vikings pick at 59 because it wasn't a great one. It was below average grade here. Ed Ingram from LSU, a guard. So they went lineman. Ingram started as a true freshman in 2017 as a 4-star recruit coming out of DeSoto, Texas, but he missed all of 2018 after he was charged with 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault. The charges were eventually dropped, and he went on to play over 400 offensive snaps in all 3 seasons following. He never earned a PFF grade above 75 in his career due to lackluster pass protection. Wow. So that was a long analysis, but Ed Ingram got a below average grade for the Vikings. And before that, the Falcons took Troy Anderson, linebacker from Montana State, who actually very good pick there. They said he could be a special player for Atlanta. He was recruited to Montana State to play linebacker, but was forced to start at running back and quarterback his first and second years in college because he was the best option they had at both positions. He didn't play in 2020 because of COVID, and then finally got the opportunity to play off-ball linebacker full-time in 2021. Wow, so he literally did everything at Montana State, and he's just a freak athlete. Wow, that's interesting. So that was a good pick there by the Falcons at 58, and then we already got the Bucks pick, so now we're caught back up, and the Chiefs are on the clock.
All right. What do you think the Chiefs are doing here?
Well, this is interesting. They seem to be covered now, wide receiver, right, with Sky Moore, Juju MVS.
Do they continue to rebuild the secondary, you think?
Yeah, I think they got to, man. I think they got to. If you look at best available, you've got that tackle that's out there, Bernhard Raymond. Maybe they pick him. He's really just a good value. But they got that Georgia linebacker that nobody's seeming to wanting to touch, this Nakobe Dean. Everybody keeps passing on this dude. I don't know why. He's a 5-star recruit. I guess because he's undersized. They're looking at the analytics. But if you look at his tape, it says that he can overcome that in the NFL because I guess he's more like a Devin White, 5'11", 229. But he's a badass. 2 sacks and 5 pressures versus Clemson 2021. -2 yards allowed on 4 targets versus Michigan in the semifinals. Wow. Yep, you're right, dude. You're right. You nailed the Kansas City pick. The Kansas City Chiefs pick Brian Cook, safety from Cincinnati here, the number 62 overall pick.
I like it. I mean,
people like it.
Yeah, that makes plenty of sense.
So this is almost like a surefire sign that Tyrann Mathieu is not coming back, right? I mean, like he's not. There's no chance of him re-signing with the Chiefs, and he's still a free agent.
And here's the thing: is I guess I understand why he didn't re-sign before the draft, because if you think about it, if you escape the draft, if you emerge from the draft devoid of a good, strong safety, then he's like, "Hey guys, I'm here, pay me," But if the team thinks they can draft someone comparable to you for much cheaper, your bargaining position is not very good.
Brian Cook, the safety from Cincinnati, only missed 7 tackles and 100 tackle attempts in 2021. Apparently very sure tackler.
It sounds like someone I may need to pick up if I get the new copy of Madden coming out. It sounds like he's got some good tackling skills.
Not only that, but you're in our Dynasty Startup League, right? Through Patreon. So I've got defensive positions in there.
Oh, is it an IDP format?
It's an IDP format.
Nice.
And not only that, it's not just defensive flex anybody you want. You got to have one linebacker, one defensive lineman, and one secondary, one defensive back, whether it's a corner or safety, what have you, free, strong. Same thing with the defensive line. It could be interior D-line. It could be edge rusher, and then a linebacker. So you got to have one from each position because, doing some studying, like if you don't, then everybody will just pick the best linebackers because those are guys getting the most tackles.
Right.
And that just racks up fantasy points like really easily, right? They get sacks, they get tackles. Like sometimes they're going pass coverage. So they're getting some defended passes or interceptions, this and that. They're involved in a little bit of everything. So that's why I got all 3 tiers of the defense in there. It's going to make things really interesting. We know that correlates over to the hobby. We saw the love for defensive players last year. It's real. It's real.
Quite some time ago, I did a full IDP league where you actually drafted each individual position. It was pretty fun. I think it was like, 2 linebackers, 2 defensive ends, 2 defensive tackles, free safety, strong safety, 2 corners. I mean, I don't even know if those exist anymore, to be honest with you, but it was fun because it's like if you generally have a knowledge of defensive players and how those teams operate, their schemes and everything, it makes perfect sense. And if you know which teams are like Trayvon Diggs, for example, like in fantasy purposes, getting torched, but then getting 2 interceptions in a game, those touchdowns against him don't count in fantasy sports, but the interceptions count. So if they're throwing at you all game, you have more pass deflections. You have more chances at interceptions, more tackles,
Maybe we should add in something. But the pick is in. This is a very interesting pick by the Bills. This cat is going to get some hype. You watch. All right. With the 60, what is it, 61st? Yeah. No, 62nd overall pick here from the Buffalo Bills. They go with Dalvin Cook's little brother, James Cook, running back from Georgia.
Interesting.
This guy has gotten some hype, man. This guy's gotten some hype. I watched his film. He's pretty efficient, man. He looks like a dog, dude. He's Dalvin Cook's younger brother, so he's obviously got that dog mentality, right? Got the chef in his blood. 86 percentile, 6.6 yards per carry, 5'11", 199. So he's a little bit smaller than his brother, I guess. More closely similar to Andre Ellington. He's got some juice, man. He's got some juice.
There's people in the comments saying that he's the better of the brothers. Now, I don't know about that, but
well, he's younger. I tell you what, I might be trading in some. Do you think the Bills are actually going to commit to the run game more now with James Cook? Does this really, I guess Devin Singletary.
Well, I think you saw it finally after, 3/4 of the season went by. Devin Singletary remembered how to run the ball, and they actually started calling run plays again. So I don't know what's going to happen with those two guys, but I agree with Justin and Zach Moss started 2021 looking like the guy, but he fell off a cliff real quick. And I think that not only has he fallen off the cliff, he's found the bottom right now.
Yeah, man. Speaking of the bottom, is Panini going straight to 2023 football so they can have some QBs to drive the market?
No, maybe not skipping a year, but they might be like, hey, Fanatics, why don't we negotiate something to move this ahead a little bit, because we're not going to sell a lot of cards this year. I'll tell you what, and this is purely speculation, but I could see there being more retail product if you live in an area like me where there's just never football on the shelf. I mean, when I say never, I mean never football on the shelf. Maybe next year there might be, just because so far there's just not a lot of guys that people are going to go and be like, this is why I went to buy cards today,
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, man. Honestly, I like the depth of defensive players. I like the depth of skill position players. I'm fine with it. I don't need to draft class heavy in quarterbacks. I think this is going to be good for the market that's out there existing, like all the guys we've been talking about, the Kylers, the Zach Wilsons, the Jalen Hertz, the Jared Goffs, all these quarterbacks that we've talked about in the last 2 days of being winners, the Daniel Jones, that are being winners after these first 2 rounds because of the lack of quarterback depth. Like, this has really helped their stock out for 2021. So I think this is overall a good thing for us on the Quest, because we have their cards available to us, their whole suite. Well, not the 2021 guys yet, but we will after the summer. And so that gives us the opportunity to find the opportunities. It gives us to have a full supply out there for us to actually find deals and find certain sectors of the card market to take advantage of.
Yeah, I agree. I think that so far this draft has done more to augment the existing player base than it did to cement itself as a desirable new product to go get.
Yeah, because every year it's like in September, October, people start gravitating to these rookie quarterbacks, and this year they're not gonna be able to do that. So they'll be gravitating to some quarterbacks, but it's gonna be veteran quarterbacks.
And I want to say, I think that's good, because you know how I feel about the hobby and it being so QB centric. And I understand why that is the way it is. And I do agree to a certain point. But as far as if you're a collector and you're like, I only collect quarterbacks, I mean, that's boring. You know what I mean? There's so much more to the game of football than just the quarterback position. You know what I mean? And I think that I've seen over the last year, you see guys like Trayvon Diggs, for example, and Bosa, and their prices go incredibly high. And I think that's great. I love to see that. That needs to continue happening. Kickers, Tucker, Gold. I mean, some of these guys, Young Hoku, their cards are selling for a lot. They're kickers. In case I didn't say that already, they're kickers.
Dude, this is honestly, the more we're talking through this right now, I think this is great for the market, man. This is great for upcoming skill position players. I think this is going to make the market a lot more balanced, right? This is how we want it. We want it to be more closely correlated to all football players. We just don't want people investing in quarterbacks only. I think it should be like it used to be, man. I think, it should be more balanced, right? I mean, it's the quarterback may be the captain, they may be the signal caller, they may, touch the ball in every offensive play, but they're only still doing one aspect of the overall team performance. So I know it's really long-winded way to say that I think that this is a good thing for the hobby, that this quarterback draft class is so weak.
And this is a comeback to reality, because when football cards re-popped off about 2 years ago, when the whole COVID thing started and people got back into their cards and were flipping cards and the market went insane. What did you have? You had Justin Herbert, you had Joe Burrow, right? And then last year you had a whole bunch of QBs going in the first round. And it's like, I think people forgot that doesn't happen every year and it's not sustainable. And for the people that say, oh, well, running backs have such a short career arc, that is true. But has anyone ever said, I don't want a Barry Sanders rookie because he retired early? Or have they ever said, I don't want a Calvin Johnson rookie because he retired early, right? Yeah, they played for the Lions, but you get my point. They both retired early. They're both considered one of, if not the best at their position, and they're often, to this day, still some of the most sought-after cards you can look for.
Very true, man. Very true. Very true. So no quarterbacks have gone. This is wow. Like if we go back and look at Thor Nystrom's top available skill position players coming into this second round, none of these quarterbacks have been drafted. Breece Hall's gone. Kenneth Walker's gone. James Cook is gone. Dameon Pierce, Isaiah Spiller still out there. Wide receivers, Christian Watson.
Andy, who do we got? Who are the next four or five teams drafting?
Next 4 or 5 teams drafting right now. You got Minnesota on the clock. We're in the third round now. The Jags just took Luke Fortner, center from Kentucky. You got Minnesota on the clock. Then you got New York back on the clock.
Ooh.
The Giants. Cleveland.
Andy, between the Browns and the Bears, I could see Dameon Pierce going. All of those teams could use a guy like that.
Yeah. Oh, and the Giants could consider trading Saquon too. Minnesota picked linebacker Brian Asamoah from Oklahoma. They went with more defensive firepower. All right, man. Here's New York in the third round. Do they break the seal on quarterback for some depth behind Daniel Jones? If they don't pick here, they do have a pick at 81. So they do have a pick at 81 they got from Miami.
Andy, is Gardner Minshew a free agent or is he still underemployed by the Eagles?
He's employed by the Eagles.
Okay. Because he's a guy that I could see, ending up somewhere as a competitor to start the season, maybe with like Seattle if they don't get Mayfield or, he's a guy that can be picked up at a discount. But then maybe you can't get him at a discount because clearly none of these QBs are trustworthy. Otherwise, they would have been taken already. So
I just think they're looking at their analytics and like asking themselves how much of a difference would that make compared to what they currently have, and are they willing to spend that much draft capital on him? There you go. New York went with the Giants went with another offensive lineman, man. This is great. This is showing a lot of confidence in Daniel Jones for they're not going to start a fourth rounder over Daniel Jones unless in 2022 unless he really poops a bed,
I love it. You guys keep the chat healthy and fun. I love it.
Derek says, I bet the person who bid 100 on my Malik Willis card prior to the draft is pissed. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't say, oh, that was my kid. That was my kid. That was
I was hacked by Russian hackers and they bid on this Malik Willis.
What kind of Malik Willis do you have over there, Derek? Because I didn't get my Bowman U hobby box yet. I'm kind of peeved off. I saw Topps giving away Bowman U hobby boxes on their Instagram page, but yet I still don't even have a tracking number on where mine's at. It's messed up, man. Messed up.
Yeah, Justin, I think that a lot of people that are Commanders fans have said, and I agree, that they would have been better off just letting Heineke start. He costs a lot less money, and next year when there's a better QB selection, then taking a quarterback. Because what have you accomplished by paying Wentz this year? Nothing really, and Heineke's never even had a full season to try to learn the offense and play the game. So they could have saved a lot of money by not signing Wentz. I mean, they were the only team interested in signing Wentz.
Yeah, it's like the same ding dong move that Carolina did last year with Sam Darnold. They trade away draft picks, picking up 5th-year options and crap, making like a serious investment into Carson Wentz this year for the Commanders, Sam Darnold last year for Carolina.
At least in Carolina's defense, they know that they have a couple years left with, the guys that they have. They're going to eventually have to pay DJ Moore, and they have the age apex of their running back in its prime right now. So they need to win, and they made a Hail Mary move, and this is going to be the season where you find out if that was an epic fail experiment on their behalf or not. So this is literally the last hurrah till they have to start over again.
Cleveland, so Giants got the guard from North Carolina. Cleveland got the cornerback from Mississippi State, Martin Emerson. So more defense and trenches, man. The Titans are now up at 69. Martin Emerson was 6'2", 201. They say his athleticism limitations are scary for an outside corner. Be some interesting depth. He possesses ideal size for the cornerback position at the next level. Exceptional at putting caps on opposing receivers in college. He allowed 1 catch of 25-plus yards last season. Who should the Titans pick here? I think you've got to add another wide receiver.
I think they take a running back, personally. At least that's what they should do, but I don't think they're going to. But I think that they need some help. I mean, if Henry is slowed for any reason, I mean, they're clearly a run-first team, especially now that they've essentially traded their best player away. Are they going to really, if Henry were to get hurt again, rely on a first-year receiver to carry their team? I think that would be a terrible idea.
What do you think about a Daniel Jones base prism PSA 10 for $50 plus $5 shipping and tax? So $60, I'm guessing, about out the door, somewhere around there. And same with a Duvernay clear rookie ticket auto out of 10.
How much is the Duvernay? If it's the same price, I think
he's saying the same.
If it's $50, that seems like an incredible price.
Yeah, dude, that sounds really solid. Out of 10, I mean, I consider things out of 10 like over 100. That should be over 100. Like, really, anybody that's going to go off, I mean, that card could easily shoot up to several $100s so quickly based on how rare it is.
With the Duvernay question, I think that anything numbered, like a rookie ticket auto numbered like below 50 for him, is probably in like the $40-$50 range, most likely. So that if you can get that for $50, I would, if you haven't already, I would jump on that. I don't know about the base prisms on the Daniel Jones. If you can get a base optic for that price, though, I would do that.
I like it because it's a 10. It's a 10 grade, and it's not 2020, 2021. I think you're safe with it because of the grade. I do know that their bottom on those cards were about $30-$40, but really, dude, it costs $50 to get a card graded. You get a 10. I think that's an easy $100 card. I remember looking at the chart. Hold on, let me see if I could find that chart. I had a Daniel Jones prism chart up. Here we go. I had a Daniel Jones prism chart up. I think this so far, I mean, he's coming out of this draft as a big winner. Especially with that market size and everything. I could see people getting excited.
I'm curious to see. I would, if I had to guess, it would probably be right around what you're paying right now for the average Daniel Jones Probably $50 to $60 range.
That's Dalvin Cook. I don't know whether they. Let's see, 219.
While you're doing that, Josh is asking, what do we think about the Bills receivers outside of Diggs?
Gabriel Davis?
Yeah, man. I think that he's going to do something fun this year. I think he's going to have some big games.
I mean, the ceiling is high, right? The ceiling for Gabriel Davis, we saw it in the championship game. His ceiling is really high. So
you're the number 2 pass option on an elite offense, and he's pretty much just now getting thrust into a focus point of that offense. So you got to be excited about it. I've reached on him in every draft. I've reached on him in every best ball draft this offseason. So, and I will probably continue to do that.
If they continue to dodge, if they continue to dodge wide receivers, they haven't drafted a wide receiver yet, right? So, I mean, they took Breece Hall, so you got or not Breece Hall. They took James Cook. They took Dalvin Cook's little brother. So that could be, obviously that's just going to help out the wide receivers. But I don't think that you're necessarily getting, I think this is good so far for Gabriel Davis, I guess is what I'm trying to say in my backwards ass way.
So here we go. On something. So there's actually whoever was asking about the Daniel Jones PSA 10.
Yeah, here's a chart for it.
There's one on ComC right now that's $45 PSA 10. So
see, and this card got up to $350 all day back in the initial boom, September 2020. And then it got back up, draft hype cycle last year, got back up to an average of about 200. And it stayed there pretty much all off season, dipped a little bit to the 150s. And September of this past year was around $125, and then Daniel Jones suffered some injuries, and plus the Giants were losing, struggles, and it just kept diving, and now you can see that there's been some low transactions in January, like around 25, 30. But I mean, think about it. Even if you're paying 38, so if you're getting this card around 40 to 50 bucks, there's nothing wrong with that, man. If you're getting it under $60, I don't see why it wouldn't you could at least get it to go back up to 150, maybe 200.
And just remember that the expectation level for Daniel Jones, outside of this circle of us talking about it, is pretty low, right? So he just has to perform above average for his values to come back up into starter caliber price range, like $45. Like I bet the Gardner Minshew PSA 10 is going for more than $45. In fact, let's find out.
It's going to be about the same, I would, if I had to take a guess. But I mean, the Deebo Samuel's going for more than that. The AJ Brown's going for more than that. The Tony Pollard's probably going for around the same or more than that. So there's a lot of skill position players that are going to go for more than that, just based on how difficult it is to get a 10 and how difficult it is to submit and get your card back in the first place, So
here, Andy, here you go. I'm on ComC. You can get a Minshew for 37, who's not a starter, or you can get a Daniel Jones for 45, who is a starter. So you're talking about a $9 difference. It seems like a good buy.
Sorry, I just got it. Say that last part again.
Oh, there's a $9 difference between the Minshew and the Daniel Jones.
Wow.
For a PSA 10 Prism.
Wow.
And let's see, Damien in the chat, man, be safe, brother.
Yeah, be safe, bro. You heading out?
OJ Howard.
OJ Howard in the Bills
agree.
offense?
He could. But the
Mhm.
problem is that how much of the field will he see now that they've pretty much established Dawson Knox as like a weapon, you know?
Yeah, he's definitely a weapon. Dawson Knox, he's going to have to get injured for OJ Howard to really get a big opportunity.
One thing that I think is interesting, and it comes up a lot, you know, in the hobby discussion, not so much in our discussions because I'm pro tight end, but, you know, you have the don't invest in tight end crowd, and that's just absolute nonsense. I mean, you could have bought a Dawson Knox in 2019 for what, $1, $2 maybe, and his cards are quite expensive now, and he's not printed in a lot of sets either.
Yeah, very true. Very true. He's not printed in a whole lot. Answer Canton's question if you didn't already. I don't know if you did or not, but the answer is no on both of those fronts. Canton.
Eckler? I missed the question about Eckler. What was the question?
Damien, you are the I totally missed this. There's a freaking tornado 6 miles south of him. He's chilling with us on a live stream. He's got the family down in the basement. Dude, shout out to Damien, man. Thoughts and prayers out to you and the family, bro. Stay safe. Protect your cards. Get those cards in the basement, quick.
Yeah.
Get those Brady rookie cards in the basement.
What else we got here? Kyler's so cheap right now. He is. I mean, I continue to look for deals on Kyler because it's just, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I get why his values have gone down, but first round tight ends are where it's at. TJ Hawkinson. I love TJ Hawkinson. And one of the things that people don't know about TJ Hawkinson is TJ Hawkinson can do all the jobs the tight end is supposed to do. He's not just a great pass catcher. He can block. You know, that's the kind of guy that will be relevant in the league for a long time. Derek.
Derek's a trip. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, man.
I want to get demonetized from YouTube.
Just put some pasties on.
Some Quest stickers. Put some little Quest stickers.
Dude, there you go.
Some little Quest stickers.
So let's see who's a good guy that we can look up real quick. Some cards for, because let's see who's the last couple guys to get taken here.
Well, there's been a lot of. I know Bob is like the spokesman for Devin Duvernay. There's been a lot of love building for Devin Duvernay. Yeah, we gotta hunt some live snipes.
You know what's interesting about Duvernay, and we talked about this a little bit actually at the beginning of the stream inadvertently, and some of these players that aren't QBs and some of these players that aren't first round draft picks, they don't have a lot of graded cards. So what does that mean? So that means that if you have a graded card of them, that it is probably very low pop, because people aren't sending in Devin Duvernays to get graded typically, unless it's like a very exceptionally low print card. I will say that I have seen some. Actually, I do have some, maybe 2 or 3 myself. But I'll just here, Andy, I'll link you a couple examples here, and you can tell me if you think this is a good idea. I mean, if you're like looking on the entry level to get in, like on a PSA 10 Devin Duvernay, there you go. Something like that. It might be a good place to start.
Let's see.
What do you think of that one?
It's solid, man. $19. I probably get it even cheaper if I sign into my thing.
Yeah, it's $16 if you're signed in.
Wow.
$16 for a PSA 10. It looks like a beautiful card.
I got $46 store credit too. The last time there were some sales, but this, I mean, we're talking like a year and a half ago.
I mean, I'm signed in right now. You know, some of my favorite cards from 2020 are the serial numbered select. There's 2 tie-dyes. There's one for $20. Field level tie-dye, $20. That's an incredible buy.
A tie-dye for how much?
$20.
Devin Duvernay?
Field level. Yeah, I'll link it to you right now.
See, I'm more of a fan of more rare cards that are even raw, like this one at 1278, numbered out of 49. At
Well,
1278.
the tie-dye, Andy, is numbered out of 25.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wait, I already joined ComC. Why has it got me signing in? Oh, because I opened a new window.
That seems like an absolute steal at that price.
Is that you, Mealy Pops, or are you LM Cards?
Oh, no, Mealy Pops. That's actually a YouTuber. I've seen some of his content.
Really? Oh, so you're saying you haven't bought it yet?
No, I don't own. No, I do actually have some serial numbered Devin Duvernays from Select, even low ones, but that is specifically not my card.
I gotcha.
I wouldn't be selling it for $20. I'd probably be holding on to it.
It's not bad, man. Actually, honestly, prices.
Here's the thing: it's you know, we're still talking. It's a speculative buy. I get it, but what would it take for that card to double in price? Not very much.
It definitely is going to move up my board. I don't even know. Yeah, there's Devin Duvernay. So he's actually standing out a little bit way down here in terms of expectations. So the expectation is definitely going to move him up. Would you take Devin Duvernay this year in fantasy over Van Jefferson?
Well, Van Jefferson was the second most targeted receiver on the Rams, so I would not do that.
Yeah, but they added Allen Robinson, and they're probably going to bring Odell Beckham Jr. back.
I don't know if I believe that. I don't think he's coming back.
Well, he's not going to be ready. He tore his ACL in February, so he's not going to be ready to play any kind of football till the end of the year. So he's going to be. They're going to maybe activate him or sign him like toward the playoffs. So he's not even going to be playing towards the playoffs. So I guess Van Jefferson's still going to be out there in 3 wide receiver sets, but I don't see him being targeted very much. Like I see him basically opening up everything for A-Rob and Cooper Kupp. It's my take.
I don't know. I almost have it flipped. I almost feel like Allen Robinson opens up more opportunities for him. Because if you think about it, last year they didn't have Woods on the field. So you kind of had to rely on Van Jefferson being like the decoy. Whereas now you're going to have another guy out there to maybe open up some better looks. So it's another one of those where I don't think that having too many good players on the field is going to hurt his value.
Derek wants to convert his dog to a cat. We got a pick in from the Chicago Bears. This is big. The Chicago Bears get another weapon for Justin Fields to throw the ball to. Finally. Velus Jones Jr. from, I believe it was Tennessee. It's an interesting pick. Velus Jones. USC, so he was behind Drake London in the depth chart. Let me pull up old Velus Jones' profile over here. Velus Jones, and the pick before that was the Seahawks. They passed at number 72 They went with Washington State, Abraham Lucas, who probably a defensive player, I'm guessing. Speaking of Van Jefferson, Velus Jones is best comparable to Van Jefferson at 4.31 speed, 99th percentile. Look at that, 6 foot 204. Tennessee. Look how old the guy is. Almost 25 years old already.
I don't mind that. He has a late breakout age, but you know what? I mean, we need help real bad at receivers. So I mean, I don't care if he was 27 at this point. We need some help on.
So this doesn't change anything in your eyes for Darnell Mooney.
Absolutely not.
No. Yeah.
No, I mean, in fact, it helps Darnell Mooney because otherwise you just double Darnell Mooney and he just gets smothered all game.
Yeah, you just blanket him, put one guy on him and put one guy over top and never let him catch anything, right?
That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. I like the speed. I like what they're trying to do. That's interesting. It could be something. It could be a guy that you'll definitely want to invest in at that kind of speed. You know, he's freaking 25 though, so you better invest in him this year. No, sure.
Yeah, I wonder if being in the third round, I wonder if he'll get printed in some of the sets right away, or if we'll have to wait for Prism and Contenders. Although at this point, with not a lot of QBs being drafted, they might be forced to print more, receivers.
Apparently, it's the Mac Jones rookie ticket auto that's about to end in 14 minutes. There we go. Wow. Man, that's cheap. How much is this bad boy? How much do you think this bad boy shoots up in the next 13 minutes?
I don't know. It does have a little whiting on the corner. I wouldn't take too much off. Oh, on both corners, actually. I wouldn't take a ton off for that, but I don't know. Haven't they been going around $800, give or take?
Yeah, I've seen the Mac Jones going around 600 to 800. Yeah, they've dropped a little bit. Trevor Lawrence is now the most expensive.
We have a interesting selection. Atlanta Falcons.
Wow. What the heck did Malik Willis do to these people? What did he say, man?
I know I took some heat for saying I wasn't high on the guy yesterday, but I guess I wasn't the only one.
Wow. All right. Cue the music.
We have a quarterback drafted. We have a quarterback drafted by the Atlanta Falcons, Cincinnati quarterback Desmond Riddler.
The Riddler. All right, this guy looks like he's about 65 years old.
If he doesn't, at some point, if they don't come out with some themed cards and he's not the Riddler on it, I'll be very disappointed.
Like the Garbage Kids version of...
Like put this guy in a skin-tight green costume with some question marks all over it and have a little staff and make him do some little evil laughs and stuff.
I cannot believe they drafted Desmond Ridder over Malik Willis. That's crazy.
That's
so this guy,
Smith.
Yeah, Alex, best comparable to Alex Smith. He did have a really good 40-yard dash. He actually ran faster than Marcus Mariota at the 40-yard dash burst. But from what I've heard, it's straight line speed. Like he's not breaking any tackles. He doesn't have like a juke ability. It's pretty much straight line speed. And this guy has absolutely face planted under pressure. whenever he's been in big game scenarios against difficult opponents, he's face planted. He's choked. So I don't know about that pick, man. Bet you Falcons fans are. I don't. That just doesn't make sense to me, man.
What's the PFF crowd say?
Let's see. I got so many windows open now. I'm all over the place, man.
I'll check what the Twitter reactions are in the meantime.
Here we go. Let me get back to go to the latest. Desmond Ridder. They like it, man. They like it. They like it. The Colts took a tight end, Jelani Woods from Virginia. Here we go. Desmond Ridder, seen as a fringe first round.
Stupid comments for this guy. Like, so stupid, I don't even want to read them.
Yeah. So they say he's got the best processing of any of this year's quarterbacks and boasts legitimate speed and athleticism with a solid arm. His accuracy is an issue, but he has real starting potential on a team with no long-term starter in place. So some competition there for your boy Mariota. Bring in old man Ridder.
Riddle me this. Where will Malik Willis get drafted?
I don't know, dude. It's mind-blowing at this point.
He looks 44. I mean, you're not wrong.
Maybe the Giants still get him at pick 81. Maybe the Steelers get him at pick 84. Oof.
You know, Andy, I think we're due for a trade.
We're due for a trade. For sure.
There's got to be some trades coming.
Jelani Woods is apparently massive. I got to look up Jelani Woods.
If I'm correct, I think he was the other tight end that they were speculating was starter ready, along with McBride.
6'7", 252. Yeah, dude, that's massive. Virginia. Whew. Monster catch radius. That's a big boy. Whew, excuse me.
The Riddler.
What's the old Mackie doing? 3:55, 7 minutes left.
Do you think it breaks 500?
I don't know, man. I'm going to go with yes. It's got to. They did draft a speedy wide receiver. Damien in the chat.
I'm seeing a lot of hate for the Bears' last pick.
Yeah.
People are not happy. I mean, they did need a receiver, but people are saying that wasn't the way to go. I mean, over on the 500. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. Here's the thing: look at how many watchers it has. I think that and the number of bids. Typically, when there's that many bids on something, the final price, even if it's well below what you think it's going to go for, will usually skyrocket at the last minute.
Yeah, especially with 148 watchers and 73 bids
like
already.
If there's 3 bids on that card and it's at 355, like you could probably get it at much lower than you would think. But with the number of bids, it's gonna pop. And you're gonna have people that it's a Friday night. It's during the draft. There's hype. There's probably alcohol flowing. They're gonna overlook some of the edgeware on the card.
Derek's got a bid in it on it right now. He said he's got the high bid at 550, or he wants to see if he can get it for less than 550.
Oh,
Josh,
we got the Ravens. Oh, we have 2 picks. Ravens
picks.
and the Broncos traded their pick to the Texans.
What do we got, Steve?
Well, the Broncos traded pick 75 to the Texans. They then took SEC linebacker Christian Harris.
Wow. Still no Nakobe Dean.
And then almost immediately the Ravens, and if I hadn't already seen it, I would have guessed defensive lineman, tackle Travis Jones.
Space Eater.
They love their defensive linemen.
Yeah, Indy has added some weapons, man. They've added wide receiver and a tight end tonight. Added your guy, Alec Pierce.
I can't wait for his rookie ticket autos. I hope that they're not in the insane price range. Probably not getting drafted in the 2nd and 3rd round. They should be reasonable. Hopefully, knock on wood. And I'll pick him up in the hopes that maybe one day he signs with the Bears too.
Chris is popping in the chat saying, what do you guys think about Ramondre Stevenson? Picked up a few nice cards of him, and they are really cheap. Are they really cheap? I mean, he's a Patriots running back. I mean, that's saying something.
I don't know. I've seen them all over the board. I've seen some of them rather expensive, and I have seen some of them cheap as well. It's a hard situation to gauge because they typically don't ever feature a single running back. So they have 2 guys, and they could argue that they now have a 3rd guy, but they usually use him as a receiver only. So, him and oh man, what's the dude's name? Damian Harris are just going to be pounding the rock. I think it's a good investment. I mean, he's good enough to not be going anywhere for a while. Let's see. Do we got any updates here?
The Mac Jones is up to 370. We got one new bid on it at 370. 2.5 minutes left. Got our eye on that. Oh, I got an offer on some Jalen Hertz cards I got for sale.
Nice.
Let's see how much.
Speaking of that, I should probably
lowballing me.
Have eBay open here.
They want $5 off. I'll accept it.
Yeah, I was we were so deep in the weeds on the draft stuff yesterday. I didn't even notice, but I had 5 sales during the draft. I'll take it.
Nice.
Yesterday. And that's pretty, not only nice, that's actually exceptional considering that I probably have maybe 6% of my owned inventory listed on eBay. So I need to put a firecracker up my own ass. Let's see, James White. Yeah. James White, but they're going to use him mostly as a receiver. Plus, he seems like he can't really stay healthy. I'm a big James White guy, though, but
he's so old too now. James White is getting. I mean, shoot, isn't he like 30?
If you had him, in the past several years in like the PPR leagues, though, I mean, he was like the man to have for running backs.
Yeah, there you go. Offensive tackle Bernhard Raymond, finally, who was a guy that was mocked in the first. We talked about him. Finally drafted by the Colts at number 77. That was the guy that started playing tight end and moved to left tackle.
If you're Matt Ryan right now, you got to be pretty excited.
Yeah, I think so, man.
I mean, The only thing that would probably make him happier would be to get his boy Julio back. But at this point, I mean, they don't really need him. It would just kind of be like here's a little favor for being our guy. Pounding the rock.
Sold. Oh, I sold a Tom Brady card today. Just a base Topps Finest from 2015. Just a base Topps Finest from 2015 for $5.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think those were cards that I picked up like in volume from Beckett Marketplace, like over a year ago. It's a lot of work to list them like that. So like Tom Brady is one of those exceptions where he's kind of worth it. Even a base card of a random year of him, Topps Finest, you can sell for $5.
Yeah, I mean, those are the kind of cards you would dig for in a value box at a show or at the local hobby shop, or like you said, Beckett Marketplace. That if there's a guy that's going to get name recognition and warrant top dollar for even a base card, it's going to be him for sure. And I'm sure you're aware of this too. If you find anything Tom Brady with a serial number on it, it's big money.
The Mac Jones just ended 610, 80 bids. I think Josh took the over on that. I think he went.
Andy, here's a question, and maybe the chat might be interested in knowing this as well. If you had $700 in your hand, and you were to walk up to a card table, and the guy had a Mac Jones, a Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and a Justin Fields, what are you spending your money on? They're all rookie ticket autos. What are you spending your money on?
Wow, man, that's a tough question, dude. Man, that's a really tough one.
I mean, yeah, there's no one's really emerged from the pack, right? So
yeah. There's different things I like about different ones. I might go with Justin Fields though, because he's got a combination, and he's got that combination of athleticism. He seems to be very charismatic at the same time. Got the market. I don't know. I think you got a lot going for him. Yeah, I feel like that's my heart says Fields. I also kind of say Trevor Lawrence if they were all equal in price. I also, part of me thinks Mac Jones or even Zach Wilson, just the market size and the team they're on and stuff, man. That's a tough question. You didn't put Trey Lance in that. Did you put Trey Lance in that conversation?
No, because I don't consider him in that same category. I think his cards are vastly overpriced. But if you were to pick Trey Lance out of preference, more power to you. But I don't even know that Trey Lance is going to start in the price range as these other guys. They just don't.
So is your take that Trey Lance doesn't start in September?
He could start because Garoppolo's not healed from surgery, but I don't know that he starts unless Garoppolo gets traded after that.
Yeah, that's a smokescreen, man. It's hard to read those 49ers.
Here's another interesting thing too is, all right, so Fields rookie ticket autos, they're probably pretty close in price to T-Laws. They're probably pretty close in price to Mac Jones. Probably Mac Jones, would you say, is like slightly ahead in price to those other two guys?
I think Trevor Lawrence is ahead of all those guys now. Okay.
So, I mean, I don't think we've quite seen the ceiling on Fields at all. And maybe not on any of those guys, but Mac Jones is kind of the front runner right now because he's played the most. He's had the most success so far. But a lot of people speculate that that's you've already seen Mac Jones, right? He kind of came starter ready, but he's not going to be the elite quarterback that these other guys could be, right? What do you think about that statement?
Yeah. He definitely does have that potential outcome. I could see the path for it, you know?
It's a unique situation though. He's following up Tom Brady's legacy. So if he wins games for them despite not being elite, if they win games, do his card values stay where they are? That's the ultimate question. I don't know if they do.
If they continue to win games, but his play does not elevate.
Right. He's not. He didn't deserve to go to the Pro Bowl this year, in my opinion. And I don't think he's going to go to many more Pro Bowls. Probably not in the future. Look at some of the other guys he has to compete with.
Yeah.
But he can game manage his way to victories and maintain his popularity. Dude, they were willing to put Matt Castle. They were willing to give him the mantle of the next Brady at one point. It's not sustainable. Is it sustainable for Mac Jones? I don't know yet. But I'm not willing to bet $700 on a rookie ticket auto that he's going to be the next Tom Brady.
Yeah, it's a really tough proposition. I mean, you're more so betting on the Patriots way, you know, and it's tough, man. I don't like it because I'm more of an invest in the athlete kind of guy, and I know, like, obviously Tom Brady is an anomaly in that category, but he's not the usual. Like, you know, he's not the norm for quarterbacks like him to do what he's done, you know? So for me to think that Mac Jones is that guy is really going out on a limb.
And it's not that he has
he could have peaked already.
Right. It's not that he has to be Tom Brady, because not many guys will ever be Tom Brady. But will he be a above average quarterback in the league, or will he be an elite quarterback in the league? And that's outside of Brady. Everyone that's played quarterback since Tom Brady got in the league in New England performed well, but they performed well in that system. And then they went on other places to be outed as mediocre, right? If you take Mac Jones away from the system and you put him on a different team, is he successful? That's the other question, right? So it's crazy, man. It is a very unique situation with him, more so than any of the other quarterbacks we're talking about right now, because you're speculating that he's going to be successful and his cards will maintain or accelerate in value. But I seem to think that he was kind of like the Kenny Pickett of the draft last year, where they're like, he's pro ready. He can fit into our system. We can run the ball X amount of times a game, and he only has to throw here and there, and we'll win games. But I got news for you. That defense in New England is not what it was last year. It'll still be okay, but it won't be good. And he might have to throw more. And we're going to find out, you know, what his capabilities are going into the second year.
Yeah, it's interesting. And it's also supply and demand. Like Derek's comment here, he's going to flip that for a bunch of Brady cards at his LCS because they absolutely love Mac. And it's insane. Like, they can't get enough. So, yeah, please do, Derek, because I'm interested. I think it's always like, you know, the market you're talking to. Like, there's people out there that you could probably in person flip that Mac Jones rookie ticket auto for a lot more money, you know, depending on who you're talking to.
All right. Let's see.
We got some picks in, huh?
The Broncos took all 10 minutes for their next pick. They have another pick in here.
The Broncos took a tight end. Greg, this is important. This is important fantasy implications possibly to Albert Okwuegbunam, who we love, or I love. Dolchik is a former walk-on who's one of the best all-around athletes for a tight end in the draft. He's an ascending player who has matured by leaps and bounds physically since he got to UCLA. He's 6'4", 243. Apparently he's got a good feel for getting open at the tight end position in the class, but just needs to get a little bigger. 6'4", 2. What, he needs to put on more muscle or more weight? What?
What's his weight?
6'4", 243.
I don't know how much bigger you can get, but
yeah, I don't know what they meant by that bigger. I'm gonna go pull up his player profiler here. There you go.
And then did you already say the Giants pick?
No, I did not.
6'4", 243. I mean, if you're drafting him to block, let him put 10, 15 pounds on. But if you're drafting him to play all aspects of the tight end position, I don't think you'd want him to weigh 260 pounds.
Yeah, this could definitely hurt Albert O's stock a little bit, man.
I don't think so. And not to say that this guy doesn't be good at some point, but the tight end is a learning curve position in the league. Typically,
that's very true. That's very true.
So, this Albert's going into his third season, which is typically when tight ends really break out, and then this other guy's just coming in fresh. So
yeah, and he's got 2 inches, 5 more pounds, and he's faster.
See, the other guy is smaller but not as fast, so that's why I think that they maybe brought him in as like a blocker.
6'4", 243, or just depth, period, because they did trade Noah Fant to Seattle, as part of that Russell Wilson trade. So, I guess it is good just to have depth as well. But they also play that dual role of blocking, and maybe he does pop off with a reception here and there, but nothing that really steals from Albert O's target share in a big way.
12 games, 42 receptions, 5 touchdowns in 12 games. That's not too bad.
That's not bad at all, man. It's not bad. And in 2020 and 2021, it's solid,
And hopefully that's not like a strike against the vote of confidence for Albert, because I think that a lot of people think that he's going to be like a legit tight end one, not just for fantasy purposes, but for being a big contributor in the Denver offense. You guys that are in the chat right now, have you guys doing any auctioning this lovely Friday evening? Have you bought anything tonight? Let us know.
I think Derek Richard bought himself that Mac Jones for $610.
Oh, did he get it?
Yeah, I think he got it for $610. He's gonna go take it up to his local card shop and sell it for a fat stack of Benjamins, and trade it for some Tom Brady's.
So, Andy, I think I know I talked to Brandon about this, and I do have some confidence in the man, and now I have a lot more. But I picked up a Silver Prism Jalen Hertz XRC yesterday before the draft, Before the draft. So I'm glad I did when I did, because it's going to cost a lot more if I were to buy it now.
Very nice. Very nice.
And I picked up a Brian Edwards. That's my guy. Picked up a Brian Edwards Elements Auto, numbered out of 75.
Oh, Corey got him a Michael Carter Panini Black. How you feeling about that after the Breece Hall draft pick? Was that before or after the Breece Hall pick?
The Michael Carter.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide. I wouldn't mind buying some more Anthony Schwartz. Let's see if there's anything out there on him.
Andy, here's something I haven't seen discussed at all about the Browns this year.
Yeah.
There's a very real chance that Jacoby Brissett plays quarterback for them the entire season.
It's possible. That's possible.
Or half the season, but there's a chance it's the whole season because the league is clearly not letting this die anytime soon. And I don't know if you saw what happened in pro baseball today, but there was a major league player that had been on administrative leave over allegations that were dropped, by the way. So he's not being legally charged, just like Deshaun Watson is. The league suspended him for 2 years, despite no legal charges.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's already missed an entire year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Deshaun Watson has.
Right. So
but you're saying the ceiling is 2 years. The floor is 8 games because that's what happened to Ben Roethlisberger. So we're looking somewhere between 8 games and 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, and it could be 4 games. It could be 2 games, but it's going to depend on who,
Or they come out with 2 years, and then he appeals it, and then they give him 12 games.
But yeah, going back to the main point of that is, not anyone has really been like, oh, well, Brissett is going to start the season as starting quarterback, which is almost a certainty at this point. They paid him for that reason. There's an opportunity there. And his cards are absolutely dirt cheap right now. Yeah, Trevor Bauer. And that's a shame. You know what? And I think that they were intentionally targeting him because he was kind of like a rebel. Like he was like the Dennis Rodman of MLB, where he was often criticized. He wasn't necessarily wrong. He was just like an unorthodox personality. And I think that they're just punishing him because baseball is one of those like old school tradition sports where it's like I saw a guy get yelled at by his coach for bunting onto first base because they were ahead by 6 runs. And I'm just like, dude, in football, you're throwing touchdowns when you're up by three scores. They're like, screw that noise. This is pro sports, man. This isn't everyone gets a trophy.
Yeah.
Play the game,
Play the game.
If the guy walked up there and hit a 3-run bomb, what are you going to do? Suspend them for a week for being a poor sport? Like, come on, get real, dude.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with you there, man. Man, we got some snipers in the chat tonight, man. Derek's got some open bids. Prestige season greetings. Complete the set. A lot of Bo Jackson cards. Only 4 of them. A Burrow Blue Scope PSA 10 and a Kyler rated rookie PSA 10. Nice. Eagles finally drafted Nakobe Dean, the linebacker that was mocked in the first round. The Georgia linebacker reunited with Jordan Davis, who was drafted in the first round. So there you go. James sniped him a 2020 no-huddle Prism Jalen Hertz PSA 9. Guy said he got it dirt cheap.
Very nice.
Yeah, it is totally unknown, the timetable on Deshaun Watson. I mean, once we get news on that, man, that's going to change a lot, though. Like, that's going to shed a lot of light on, kind of the outlook for the Browns in 2022. So it's tough to draft Browns players high over other guys. Like, man, if you're going up in the draft right now, right? And would you take, let's see, would you take Christian Kirk or Amari Cooper?
In what, a draft?
Yeah, fantasy draft.
Oh, Amari Cooper.
Amari Cooper
is going to see his largest target share of his career this year.
You think so?
Absolutely. It doesn't matter who's throwing him the ball. He's going to see he's going to have almost no competition for targets.
No, yeah, they're gonna gravitate towards them. Who did Jacoby Brisket gravitate towards in Miami and Indianapolis? Did he spread the ball around, or was it more of a singular player?
I don't
Like
know.
the
In
alpha?
Indy, I think in Indy he was just like throwing it to the tight ends quite a bit, but they didn't really have much of a receiving game when he was over there. With Miami, I don't remember who he was throwing to, but they didn't
Cooper.
really have, in both of those cases, he didn't really have an alpha to throw to.
The chat says Cooper. Yeah, brisket, dude. Brisket sandwich.
Let's let the man cook. So this Nakobe Dean guy is getting some interesting blowback on Twitter. People are saying that he is refusing to get surgery, and that's why he slid so far. How do you feel about that?
Oh wow! Why the hell is he refusing to get surgery?
I don't know. You could ask the same question of Antonio Brown, who thinks that he can get signed and then get the surgery instead of getting surgery and then getting signed. I'm not sure what the logic in that is, but
Maybe
what team's going to want to sign you if you're not healthy?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I thought brisket, Jacoby
team.
Brisket. Dude, I gotta stop saying brisket. It's making me hungry, bro. Yeah, I feel you, Bob. I feel you there, bro. You guys actually might see me fall asleep on live stream. That one beer, and then I stopped drinking it. It's yeah, I'm fading. I should have been drinking Bang the whole time. I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there.
And you look like you're on the struggle bus a little bit.
Dude, I am. Internally, I am.
We maxed you out last night with the long stream. We're getting there though. We're getting there, man.
Yeah, I drank my energy drink early today. I put out. I got. I was feeling really good. Did the mail day.
We have a trade.
The auction sniper this morning, the mail day, and then I've been going. Whoa! Finally, Malik Willis. The slide is over. Oh my God. Guess who took him? The Tennessee Titans. They traded up with the Raiders. The Titans traded up pick number 8 to pick number 86 with the Raiders to get Malik Willis. The Tennessee Titans.
Here's all the complainers on Twitter. You probably didn't see this, but every pick they're like, "What about Malik Willis?" And it's like it didn't matter what team was on the clock. It's just like you do realize that not every team needs a quarterback, right?
Yeah, in fact, there's only a few teams that really need one, and Pittsburgh's found their guy, and Atlanta's found their guy.
So now the real question is: he even considered? Is he considered in a quarterback competition, or is he now developmental?
He's developmental, I think. 3rd round. Tannehill's got too much experience and rapport there now. And plus they're a run-heavy, run-first offense, They run the ball so damn much. Probably more carries for Derrick Henry. Although a rushing quarterback like Malik could be interesting. But Ryan Tannehill does turn 34 years old in July. And he has no guaranteed salary left after this season. So I think, Malik Willis will get to sit and learn.
I could see that. I could see him holding a clipboard for a year or two. I mean, is 37 old anymore at quarterback?
Malik Willis is not Dwayne Haskins. There's no way. Dwayne Haskins did not have this kind of mobility that Malik Willis has. He did have the arm, right? I think their arms are comparable, but there's no way, like, dude, no way.
Tannehill will turn 34 years old in July and has no guaranteed salary left after this season. Malik Willis will get to sit and learn. Great situation, just later than we expected. Dude, there's so many homers for Malik Willis on Twitter, man. He's already better than Tannehill in my books. Based on what? He hasn't played a pro game.
I see what he's saying. Based on
now
the
there's people roasting the Steelers for reaching on a quarterback.
I mean, it looks very like a bad decision. It looks like a bad decision looking back, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that we all said that in real time as well when they took that pick.
What pick are we on?
How
many rounds are they doing tonight?
They do the second and third round on the second.
Yeah. Okay.
So it should be pick 87. I'm not sure who's on the clock though. Let's see. Yeah, because they're just now showing the Titans on TV. How is there something?
Yeah, and I got the Cowboys. So you're saying Cowboys up at 88. Cameron Thomas, edge rusher to the Cardinals. Cowboys. Who's the best available? Jalen Tolbert's out there. They need a wide receiver. Calvin Austin from Memphis. Kyle Phillips from UCLA. A lot of wide receivers. A lot of wide receivers. Well, I guess I'm looking at Sam Howell's still out there. The Cowboys don't need a quarterback, though. Linebacker, edge, Matt Corral.
Now, do you think that with him going off the board that there'll either be a run on QBs, or do you think it's now going to take quite a while till there's another quarterback taken? I'm leaning towards the latter.
Yeah, it seems like with the way they've been valuing it and the size of this draft class.
Holy cow, Malik Willis is having a friggin' psychological breakdown on camera here.
Really?
After he drafted finally, yeah.
Jeez, man, he slid. That had to be nerve-wracking. Nerve-wracking.
You know, here's the thing, though, is if you're a Tennessee fan and you're high on Malik Willis, they're trying to say that he's similar to Steve McNair, which is interesting. Especially because Steve McNair was on the Tennessee Titans. But, you took a really good receiver in the first round, and now you're talking about your future quarterback, hypothetically, and this guy. You know, when Tannehill's done in a year to 3 years, like these two guys might sync up for some big plays. I still think they need another running back, but
yeah, they could have very easily gone running back. They could have got your guy, Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, maybe there's hope. Maybe the Bears can still get him.
Could have got Dameon Pierce or Isaiah Spiller.
Drafting guys, we have like too many of it at a position already, so maybe they will take another running back. I'm curious to see what the Bears do at running back, though, because we already had two good running backs, and then they quickly picked up Darrington Evans, like real quick. They didn't waste any time.
Yeah, man, super interesting. I'm also a big fan of Khalil Herbert. I like Khalil Herbert. I like all the Bears running backs, honestly. You guys picked up Darrington Evans?
Yeah, the day he was released, by Tennessee, the Bears signed him.
Scooped him up. Nice. I like Darrington Evans too, man.
I have quite a few of his rookie ticket autos. I got them.
You guys are pretty stacked at running back now.
Oh wait, do we have a pick?
We may have a pick.
On the live, it says the Cardinals are picking, but I don't see anything on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't see it on Twitter. I thought it was Dallas's pick, man.
Yeah,
they did it, man. They did. Dallas picked. Dallas picked Jalen Tolbert from South Alabama, wide receiver. I like that pick. I was just looking at Jalen Tolbert's profile. It's interesting. It's hold on. Share the screen here.
Yeah, what happened to our guy Airy? Did he take a nap?
He may have fell asleep, man, or maybe he got.
He did what you did. He had one beer and then stopped. You should have just kept going, man. That's the rules.
I would love to. It sounds like fun, but I ran out, dude. I flat out ran out.
Oh no!
Did not have time to go to the grocery store today, and ran out, man. Ran out. It's a bad scenario. It's a bad scenario I'm in right now. I don't feel like I'm gonna make it to the end of this round. Well, yeah, that would wake me up, Derek.
Andy, I don't just give good football advice. I would get out of your chair for a second, go put some cold water on your face, maybe an ice cube down your pants. At least the water on your face for sure, but no, I like that. If this guy turns out to be remotely caliber of Adam Thielen, then that is a great pick for Dallas.
Yeah, man. I mean, maybe South Alabama, and he may be 23 years old, but we got a 33% college target share. We got 51% college dominator. We like that kind of 6'1", 194. I mean, he could be a Gabe Davis for Dallas, man.
That would be interesting. I mean, what do you think happens with their current wide receiver shakeup? What do you think happens? I mean, I still think CD's getting over drafted for his ADP, but I think the biggest gainer is Gallup from this situation.
Derek says, "Go take a walk. I'll crack jokes till you return."
Oh, man, dude. Derek, we got to have beers someday, man. I think that would be hilarious. Hey, speaking of Johnny Stockton, man, he played in the 80s, into the 90s when the shorts started getting longer, but our man Johnny Stockton said, "Not me. My shorts are staying well above the knee."
Yeah. Even in the modern era,
the shorts got longer and the travels got more obvious, but John Stockton stayed the same, man. He's just a vintage ball player.
I've wondered, man, does that give you more or less, flexibility? Does it slow you down to have longer shorts, or is it optimal to have shorter shorts that hug your legs better?
What's actually funny about that comment is, you ever seen when two guys are about to square up one-on-one, what does the defender always do? He starts pulling the front of his shorts up. You ever seen that? He squats into a defensive position. He pulls the front of his shorts up. So wouldn't you be like burdened by having longer shorts? Why wouldn't you just wear like a medium length short?
Oh, you know what? You got a good point, man. You got a good point. So it almost seems like they would be better off. It would make you like more aerodynamic, right? Oh, Billy T sniped him a rookie ticket auto. Gabe Davis, get some, Billy.
Yeah, man, Billy, that's awesome, man. I think that even at the current average price of his rookie ticket autos, I think there's still a lot of room to grow. I mean, I remember when I was picking them up for under $20. Late Stick has a really good point, and for the record, that
wait, how do you guys know this? Is this from
didn't you ever play
personal
sports in high
experience?
school or college, man? You don't put it on there on purpose, Andy. It's just that there's leftovers on your hand, and you forget when you go to drain the sausage, at the urinal, and then you get reminded that you had some residue.
Oh, I have done that but not with icy hot. It's been like cutting jalapenos or habaneros or something without gloves, and I didn't realize it. And then I went to the bathroom, and yeah, dude, that lit me up. That lit me up.
That is that's like smelling salts, but for your Johnson, basically. We got any action here, dude? I just saw a dude in the crowd. Dude in the crowd for the Raiders. He had a silver Power Rangers helmet on. I want that silver Power Rangers helmet.
He had the helmet on?
There's not even a silver Power Ranger, but he had a silver Power Rangers helmet. He must have had it custom made or something.
Holy cow, man. Like, what is those guys that you never see their face? Like the Daft Punk guys?
Yeah, it was just the Raiders have some really enthusiastic fans. They're one of the craziest fan bases. They probably weren't too happy when their team got moved to Vegas. Raiders.
That's rough, man. Some dudes put icy hot in his jock strap.
Oof. Yeah, imagine that you're in the middle of like guarding someone, and all of a sudden you're like dropping on the ground. What do we got here? Who do the Raiders take? Don't be a receiver. And they take. You guys, if you're following Twitter, might have seen it already. Man, they're really dragging it out live. He needed help reading the name. Dylan Parham. That's not even that hard of a name. A guard. That's good for Derek Carr investors.
They finally picked
Dylan Parham of Memphis.
All right, are we trying to survive through the full third round? We're getting close. We made it this far.
I'm a night guy, man. I'm a night guy, so
I know you. I know you are. Rashad White. That's an interesting pick. Tampa Bay just selected Rashad White from Arizona State. This guy's actually got some props, man. This is going to be bad for Keyshawn Vaughn. This guy's better than Keyshawn Vaughn. Derek's ripping him over here in the chat.
Oh, man.
Garlic
yeah, dude. Our guy on Twitter seems to have like fallen asleep, or maybe he ate some of those bottled garlic farts that are being discussed in the chat, because his last post was about the Bills. And you said Tampa picked?
Yeah, Tampa picked Rashad White from Arizona State, one of the better running backs, man. He's an interesting running back pick. I watched his film. I thought he looked pretty good, man. He's 6', 214, so bigger dude, right? Pretty solid, man. Like caught a lot of passes. He's a pass catching running back. 20% college target share, best comparable to David Johnson. We like the size, man. Check out that size, dude. He's already 23. Ran a 4.48. This is bad for Keyshawn Vaughn. Like this is gonna definitely suppress his stock for sure. Obviously, he's not gonna take over for Lenny, but man, this dude's a stud.
I'm a little bit disappointed. If they were going to take a running back, I was hoping it would be Dameon Pierce, honestly.
Over 1,000 yards. Well, you know what it is? This guy's got the receiving chops. He's got the receiving chops. I was just looking for his metrics. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He had 43 receptions.
43 receptions, 456. So Tom Brady loves running backs that can catch the ball. So
to answer Derek's question, the better driver was Paul Walker because he wasn't driving when his incident happened. What up, Jets Crazy? Matt, what's up, brother?
he's pumped about Brees Hall. Yeah, get it, man. Get it. Jets have had a really good draft so far. Slam dunking. Oh, these are actually fantasy football team names, right? These are Derek's. These are fantasy football team names.
They could be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what Derek told me they were. I mean, we could make so many jokes out of like the Henry Ruggs type thing. If he ever comes back and gets to play football again, you could be like, this guy's killing it on and off the field. I mean, you can make some really off-color jokes with that, but I don't see Henry Ruggs making it back into the league. Unfortunately, that guy screwed himself.
Yeah, he screwed himself pretty bad. Pretty hard. Screwed himself pretty hard.
All right, I'm giving up on our guy Airy over here.
Got the sauce, Jets. Matt, you got the sauce. You got the Brees Hall. Digging it, man. You got Garrett Wilson too.
I mean, at least even if the Jets don't do anything crazy, at least they'll be the best team in New York this year. Not counting Buffalo, but of the two New York named teams.
These are fantasy football team names, guys.
PJ Sharks.
It's after 10 p.m.
It's the Friday night freestyle in the YouTube chat. Bruce Arians seems pretty happy with that pick.
Rashad White, yeah, Carter Power. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm loving this. I'm loving it. Let's go.
They're only saying his next gen stats is a 73 overall. I mean, if that's true, he might be used as just like exclusively in a receiving role.
Yeah. But the interesting thing is Lenny's a good receiver, man.
Oh, we got a pick in for Green Bay.
Carter actually had Rashad White as his RB2 of the draft class, of this draft class.
Interesting. He's been going since 8. We've been going since 7, actually.
Since 7.
Since 6. Central Time.
7 p.m.
Packers select Sean Ryan, tackle, UCLA.
Oh God. Okay. Corey.
We should Andy, we should have with our dynasty draft, there should be an award for the team that does the worst and also the team with the best name, I think.
Yeah, so basically if you do the worst in the league, you have to name your team a certain name. Is that what you're saying?
Like the team name should be submitted to the commissioner and then put in overnight so that nobody can like try to outdo the next person. And there should be like an award voted for on the Discord by the community for whoever has the either funniest or most clever name. Bro,
Oh God,
the
dude.
49ers pick is being announced by Dr. Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect.
The famous YouTube gamer, Dr. Disrespect. Tyrion Davis-Price, running back from LSU.
Oh yeah, man. I've heard that he's an interesting prospect as well. He just got drafted.
Rushing yards and 6 touchdowns in 2021. Where's Carter?
Uh-oh. We got Ari Mirov back on the board with a tweet, man. A QB. A big one. It's a big one. The Panthers. The Panthers have traded up to get Matt Corral at pick number 94. I've heard Matt Corral, who is a gamer, he's got a really good arm. I've heard he's got a really good arm. They dealt with some injuries last year. Ole Miss, 23. Going to give Sam Darnold some serious competition, man. He pushed the ball down the field, 95th percentile college quarterback rate with 10.2 yards per attempt. That's 94th percentile. They gave up pick 137 and a future third-round pick to the Patriots to move up to 94 to get Matt Corral. There it is. The Panthers finally made their move. Jeez.
Late pick.
Late pick.
All right, TV is finally caught up to it. It looks like because they just showed the. Oh no, they didn't actually announce it yet. They just said pick is in for Carolina, so they're almost caught up.
Oh, San Fran went with Tyrion Davis.
Yeah, he didn't announce it on the Twitter, so I'm having a hard time figuring out like who's actually up to date.
Well, I'll have to throw up the live draft. So Tyrion Davis-Price is an interesting pick. I guess maybe he would fit. No, I don't know if he's going to really fit. I don't know. He did run a 4.48. He's another. I mean, 6 foot, 219. Pretty big dude. He's not a big pass catcher, but he has straight line speed. I think I heard that he was a good pass blocker. There was like Some interesting stats around his pass blocking. He's also young, 21 and a half. So, okay. I mean, that's it. They need depth in San Francisco because they run through some running backs, right?
So who do we got? Who's
Yeah.
officially still on the roster for San Francisco? Because we know they like to load up on running backs.
Well, Elijah Mitchell was your latest breakout. They still got Jeff Wilson.
Like that guy.
Jeff Wilson missed most of the year with injury.
Jeff Wilson, the sports card investor?
Yeah, right. No, not Geoff, but this is straight up Jeff.
That would be funny.
Elite receiving back. Rashad White is touted as a elite receiving back. Well, there goes Keyshawn Vaughn's stock at all because it's Lombardi Lenny and Rashad White show now. Jermichael Hasty, Trey Sermon, who got some hype last year. He's now number 4 on the depth chart, and you still got Kyle Juszczyk at fullback.
I think there's just a lot of competition for work.
A lot of competition.
I'm reading 2 different things on the Buccaneers pick, and that's some people saying that he'll be used if Lenny goes down, and then I see some other people saying that he's viewed as like universal backup because he can run or receive. So I guess we'll see what happens. I still think Vaughn's got some value. I got a lot of low serial numbered Vaughn stuff and some rookie ticket autos, but we'll see what happens.
There's your pick, Matt Corral to Carolina. They moved up. What do you think about the Matt Corral pick? I've heard that the guy, he's very competitive. He's got like some of the intangibles you like. Tough, really good arm. So
and here's the thing is when you're taking QBs in like the middle of the 3rd round, maybe you're throwing a dart, maybe you're not, but at this point, why not? Ronald Jones went to Kansas City.
Oh, you were answering somebody's question?
Yeah.
How many
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the draft, you're not paying an arm and a leg. You're bringing in a guy that could be your starter at some point, or he might just fade off into obscurity. But either way, at this point, if you don't think you have the long-term solution, I mean, even if you did have the long-term solution, taking a QB at this point of the draft is pretty safe. It's not going to cost you much.
Yeah, Rojo couldn't catch the ball, though, unfortunately, Messiah.
I recently watched an interview with Ronald Jones from the offseason, like right after the playoffs, and it sounded like he knew he was gone.
Broncos back on the clock.
He knew that he was, and you know what? And he knew that he could go somewhere and get paid, which wasn't going to happen in Tampa. So can you really blame? I think it was a win for everyone, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Man,
and now and KC has like that bruiser running back that they needed now.
Here, run the show for a minute, Steve.
Yeah,
I'm BRB.
Get some of that icy hot, bro. All right, gentlemen. Let's see if we got any updates here. All right. Well, I think it's safe to say that we know that Matt Corral is for sure the backup. I don't know if you guys watched any PJ Walker action last year. PJ Walker most certainly did not impress. In fact, he did the opposite of impress. So I think that they for sure have a backup QB at the very least, with the possible upside. And you got to run the store and get some beer. Yeah, he does. Although I do believe it depends where, but some counties in Florida they stopped selling liquor early. Back up to who? Sam Darnold. Yeah, Carolina drafted Matt Corral. So I don't. I mean, there's a chance he starts some games this year, but I think he starts the season as the backup for sure. And at the very least, he's the backup, if not the starter at some point. PJ Walker looked, UFL or some other league ready. Rub one out. Jimmy G to Carolina ruled out. Yeah, I agree, Messiah. I've been saying from day one that I think Jimmy G's going to go to that he's going to stay in San Francisco. It would be a good fit, but I don't think that there's a sizable enough skill difference between Jimmy G and Darnold to warrant like paying extra money to bring him in. They should be looking for a guy that's like a long-term solution. I'm sticking to my guns on Baker. I really think he's going to Seattle. Oh, we got a pick in Indianapolis. Safety, Nick Cross from Maryland. If you're a Colts fan, I think you got to be pretty happy. I mean, the Colts, Eagles, Jets are having a pretty excellent draft. And as disappointed as I am in the Bears not getting the guys I wanted, you could argue that with the 2 picks they've had so far, they've at least filled positional needs. It makes sense. I mean, he's a proven starter who pretty much got abused by his team and taken advantage of. They still haven't traded any of their elite receivers, which I thought they would. But if they're definitely going to get Baker, which it seems like they might, they may not trade those receivers and hope to maybe win the division. They have 2 good running backs now.
And what I miss?
They have you missed safety being drafted by the Colts.
So now what? I got some crackers.
Nice.
So spicy chili crackers. This is that's all I got. This is all I got.
Yeah, Messiah, I agree. I'm not saying like Darnold is absolutely elite or that Garoppolo is that much better than him, but it's more about that he knows the Niners system. And if they really believed that Trey Lance was ready to go, that there would be trade rumors abound for Garoppolo, and there's been 0. Wash your hands. Do you think the Rams get at 104?
I wish I ran to the store to get some beer.
Here's the thing about the Rams. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, what do they even need? I mean, they won a Super Bowl, and they're already better than they were last year. Like they could. I don't know.
Is this their first?
They could draft any of us and be better than they were last year. Still, they're just that much more improved already.
Yeah, where the hell is Baker going to, man? I thought for sure Baker would be moved before this draft. Is this
maybe I don't know. I thought by now Seattle would have traded receivers away. So maybe that's just indicative of the fact that they're going to trade for Baker.
I still think maybe he goes to Seattle now. I mean, you've got the Panthers drafted a quarterback, Atlanta's drafted a quarterback, Steelers drafted a quarterback. Seattle still needs a quarterback.
I agree about Akers. I know I said that a few weeks ago. It didn't seem to be a popular take, but I like Darrell Williams over Akers as far as the short-term answer. In fact, I got a couple mail envelopes over here with some Darrell Williams in them.
You think Darrell Williams is still alive out there? I've got some Darrell Williams cards too. I bought whenever he got the starting role.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Everyone's buying Akers. They're vastly overpaying for Akers, and not to say that Akers can't be good or won't be good, but he hasn't shown anything to warrant with the prices that people are paying for him. And in his absence, Williams was pretty good.
Is this the first pick for the Rams in the entire draft?
It is. Wait, the Lions? Who did the Lions take?
They traded away all their picks for, get that roster they had last year.
Oh, Barry Sanders. He's doing the Lions pick.
Yeah, I meant to say Darrell Henderson. Darrell Henderson on the Rams.
Here,
if you guys think he's better than Akers, I dig that. There you go. Brian Robinson, running back from Alabama, selected by Washington.
You know, for a big dude, Darrell Henderson is a pretty good receiver for a big guy. Let me see if I can find. I got 3 packages here. The Henderson's in one of these here. Is this it? That's not it. Let's find it. Show it off on screen here.
I didn't think these had any heat at first, but they do kind of have heat. They're starting to get a little
Detroit
spicy.
Lions take safety Kirby Joseph from the University of Illinois. Wow, man. Every Bears fan right now should be crying into their pillow like I'm going to be tonight. It's like a double insult. Not only did they get another defensive player, but they got someone from the state of Illinois nonetheless. What do we have here? What is this? Oh, man. Is this it? Oh, Andy, you're going to like this one. Remember what I said about at the right price, any player is worth investing in?
Oh, my God.
That's some nice centering. Hey, man.
Just joking.
Don't be kicking me out for buying Sam Darnold. I got that for $2 with free shipping, baby.
$2 for free shipping?
How do you beat that? Especially as in nice condition as it's in. All right, this has to be the Darrell Henderson. This has to be it.
I give those away, man. I just donated a box of Sam Darnold cards to the Boys and Girls Club down the street.
Yeah, not the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Carolina, where it's actually just the fans of Carolina. This has to be it. Let's take a look. Oh, nice. Nice friggin' pattern. I love when people put the effort that I put in to mail things to me.
That's nice, right?
Brian Robinson. Oh boy, more running back cloudiness in Washington.
I like the Rams go pass rusher. That makes sense.
Is that what they did?
No, not yet.
Oh, here you go, Andy.
Nice. You got the bronze
numbered out of 199.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's the orange. The bronze is not serial numbered.
Oh, the Browns went David Bell. Couple more skill position guys. The Washington Commanders went Brian Robinson, added depth to Antonio Gibson and what's his face, Jerick McKinnon, who almost went to the Bills. Remember, and he changed his mind like a day later.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were upset by that.
So Brian Robinson's a big dude, 6'2", 224. Brian Robinson, Alabama helmet, right? I mean, nothing too great, but he's a pretty big cat right there. Pretty decent speed score. A 2021, he had over 1,337 rushing yards, man, and 16 total touchdowns, including 35 receptions. So he could be somebody. This could impact Antonio Gibson's stock right here, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you're in on any of those running backs from the Commanders, you got to be a little, at least slightly concerned. I mean,
yeah,
not every guy that gets drafted ends up being a threat to the starting job, but there's at least a chance, right?
And he's 23, so, and comes from Alabama, so he's ready to go. He's ready to go. He's juiced up. David Bell, just taken right after that.
Was
by the Browns.
Von Miller, I know he's on the Bills now, but when he was on the Rams, was he playing edge rusher or linebacker?
Edge rusher. But I think technically they classify that as a linebacker.
And not a defensive end?
Yeah.
Because the Bears are rumored to be shopping what's his name? Robert Quinn.
McKissick. That's what I meant to say, Brady. Yeah, J.D. McKissick.
But, let's be honest here. I think that with what's his name at the helm, you're gonna see a repeat of what he did in Indy last year, and they're just gonna pound the ball nonstop.
This David Bell selection is interesting because his measurables are all really low, but I know Derek likes him. I know a lot of film guys like him. He's got a lot of stats from Purdue. 21, broke out really young, 6'1", 209, so a pretty good wingspan too. He can definitely contest, Look at that. Look at the yardage. I mean, really solid target share, 20+% target share. Now this is going to eat into some production, man. This might hurt my Donovan Peoples-Jones stock and my Anthony Schwartz stock. I mean, he's not like Anthony Schwartz where he's going to be running super deep routes. I mean, he obviously doesn't have that kind of speed, at least here looking at he ran a 4.7 on his pro day. Yeah, this is the cat that had a really bad pro day 40-yard dash.
I still think that a trade is overdue. I think we got a little spoiled yesterday, but there's bound to be another. There's bound to be another. People are not liking that trade or that
Brian Robinson to Washington.
Yeah. What about the Lions one? What's the rating on that one? Anything? I'm not seeing it. Pick grade, very good. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not gonna lie. I've been talking up the Lions for about 3 months now, and my pit in my stomach's just getting bigger from all these guys they're picking up.
And I tell you, man, they're going to win a really good 10 games this year.
Yeah, they're going to be better than most people think. And you got to look at it this way too. If you're, if you do stuff with, sports wagers or anything like that, like I think they're plus 1,600 to win the division. Like you got to maybe take a look at that and consider it.
The Jets selected a tight end. Jeremy Ruckert, 6'5", 250, man. Ohio State.
That's a pretty good scouting grade.
Mm-hmm.
6'5".
Yeah, I mean, that's potential there, dude. He's a pretty big dude.
Do they have I don't recall if they have like a legitimate receiving tight end in on the Jets currently.
Well, if I look at the depth chart, I remember last year it was Chris Herndon.
What the hell?
Zach Wilson. That's right. They still got Joe Flacco. Got Mike White. Now we're gonna add Brees Hall to the top of that.
Conklin.
Garrett Wilson already got him in there. Nice. Already put him as number 1. I like it.
I think that Conklin, if he's the number 1 tight end.
Oh, that's right. They picked up CJ Noma. I totally forgot about that. That was a free agency pickup.
Interesting.
You know who's in Cincinnati now? Hayden Hurst.
That could be a breakout season for him.
He could be a buy low right now.
That could be a breakout because he's been talked up the past several years as maybe being like a breakout tight end.
Dude, he had some really good catches in
he was playing
Atlanta.
in Atlanta and definitely was stuck behind Kyle Pitts. So, yeah.
Look at that, dude. First round draft capital from 2018. He's a first round draft pick in 2018. He is almost 29, but I mean, he's going to be the tight end 1 for Cincinnati. And we know Joe Burrow loves him some tight end.
I mean, he's part of a rapidly improving, prolific offense. So, I mean, I would imagine the Hayden Hurst prices aren't anything crazy right now. So
they're probably dirt cheap, right?
Yeah, I would. That's something that you might want to take a look at. In fact, I will take a look while we're sitting here right now because that's what I do. I like doing that.
Yeah, Uzoma is on the Jet. He's the Jets tight end 1.
The thing with Uzoma is he's like so boom or bust.
Yeah, he came through for me last year though. On one of those games towards the end of the season. I started him the right week.
Ooh, Andy, you'll like this. I'll link this to you. Seems pretty inexpensive given the scarcity. And holy cow, dude. All right. Someone needs to go buy this right now. Andy, make sure you share this one immediately. This
don't buy it for myself.
This next one I think is an even better buy. That's an amazing buy, by the way. But this next
$6.99. Look, there's only 2.
Yeah, this next one is an even better buy than that one.
There you go. Where you at, Brady? We got some snipes for you. Hayden Hurst is going to be Joe Burrow's tight end 1 this year. Wow, man. Check that out. 370. I'm not even signed in. So remember, you can get this off of eBay.
This is numbered out of 149 for $3. That is cheaper than the silver, which is not serial numbered, by the way.
Wow.
Here's another goodie. I'm trying to see if there's any rookie ticket autos, but I only see one, and it's one of the.
I like these wave ones too. They have like a texture to the card.
They do,
and they look so good under camera.
They are
like,
a bit thicker card stock as well.
They look way better than this when you actually take this is a scan. You know, when you take the good photo, they look way better than this too.
And you know what's interesting about the red wave card stocks is Panini, especially in Prism, tends to screw it up. And there's usually like a black stripe. You can see it on the right one. Look at the one on the right. I didn't even notice it, but you see that black stripe, Andy?
Oh, wow.
That is very common in the red wave prisms. Very, like if you look at for example, WWE 2022 prisms just came out, the red waves, like every 10 cards has that red stripe on it. It's terrible.
Yeah, you can see the wave pattern is different from card to card. That's pretty interesting, right? The wave pattern is actually terrible. And there's another one of those little stripes. Well, all right, guys. I mean, I'm going to buy this if you guys don't.
So there's depending on how Hayden Hursty you're feeling, there's a cracked ice contenders auto numbered out of 24 for $80 on eBay.
That's not bad.
For a card that rare, that's absolutely not bad. But there are not many rookie ticket autos at all. There is, other than the 2 cracked ice ones, there's only, actually, hold on. So far, I've only seen 2 base. Because we're not fooling around with the college one. Yeah, I mean there's really not many cards for this guy.
Look at that iMac though, dude. Look at this iMac numbered out of 25 for $20. Sealed from Panini.
Where's it at?
That's dope.
Ooh.
Yeah, look at this. 15 out of 25.
Beautiful card.
iMac, sealed from Panini. Players collection. Now, the one thing it doesn't have is a rookie card logo, but it is his rookie card. You have 3 different materials, too. It looks like, I don't know, underwear, gloves, football.
Jockstrap. DNA sample.
It says 2018 though, so it's got to be a rookie card. I sometimes wonder though, without that rookie card logo, does that kind of take away from some of the value?
Andy, prepare to be shocked.
Prepare to be shocked. Okay.
Prepare to be shocked. When I link this to you and you post it, I don't think this card lasts for 2 minutes. At least it shouldn't, anyway.
Look at this one, this eye black patch.
If we weren't hooking up the chat right now, I would have already bought this for myself.
94 out of 99, rookie card, 15. Plus the dude's got make an offer on this for 10. That's a
dude,
dope.
that is an incredible card. I love the eye black patch cards, but I like that one even better than some of the ones I own because the white card stock makes it look even better.
So a pen. Oh wow, man! Pen pals.
If you sign in, Andy, that card is $1.50.
Wow. $1.50, 325. Oh my gosh, it's criminal.
Yes,
criminal. This is on-card auto. This is the black ink, so this is the most common variation of the pen pals. Or what do you think?
$1.50, that's a no-brainer, dude.
Yeah, because that's the only one they got. Look, they don't got any blue. No gold, no green, and no
And
red.
I looked on eBay. I haven't seen any. Oh, okay, there is a blue. There's one blue. There's so far I've only seen. Yeah, there's only blue. I wonder if they didn't make any other color variations with him, or at least there's none listed at the moment. There's one with Hayden Hurst and Lamar Jackson on it. That's kind of interesting, but that's going to be, you're looking at $325 on that one. I'm saying at $1.50, this guy scores one touchdown and you got a $10 card at least. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get the 325 one. I'm gonna leave the $1.50 one for one of you guys in the chat.
Billy T picked up the red prism, and that's a beautiful pickup for that price. What do you think this guy can do, numbers wise? What do you think his, as the tight end one for the Bengals? You know, what's
well, I say we go and we look at what Uzoma's numbers were last year.
And I'll look up what his numbers were. Oh, the Rams took a guard.
And Logan, you look at Uzoma's numbers last year. He had 493 receiving yards. He played most of the season, 16 games, 63 targets, which is pretty solid, man, for a tight end. Wonder what that shakes out to in terms of like target share. No, for I guess number 29 is not great. He did get 5 touchdowns though, so he ranked top 10 in touchdowns. And I think if we look at the game log though, yeah, you'll see exactly what you're talking about. Those red zone targets, some deep touchdowns here, man. He had 95 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. He was the number 1 tight end against Jacksonville in week 4. He was the number 1 tight end in week 7 against Baltimore. So he's going to just have these boom games. But look at these last. Well, wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. But this sounds right here. Weeks 9. Oh, because that was the playoffs. I got it. So yeah, that makes sense. He was the only tight end playing. He was heavily involved in the playoffs, man. Heavily involved in the playoffs. That's right. I remember that. And then he got hurt.
One week he had like 2 touchdowns, like 40 yards or more, I think.
Well, yeah, it could have been either week 4 against Jacksonville or week 7 against Baltimore. He had 4 red zone. What was that? Yeah, 4 red zone targets in week 16 against Baltimore. That was the week that Joe Burrow had that historic passing game with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. But he had 4 red zone targets in that game. Unfortunately, he only was able to convert that into 36 yards, no touchdowns. But still, I mean, so the upside is a tight end 1 any given week, you know, with Joe Burrow, because if Hayden Hurst is going to be getting open, I think we're going to see some big touchdown games where it's possible he could put up multiple touchdowns in one game. I mean, we've seen that Joe Burrow. I just don't know if it's going to be consistent because the game plan for them changes week to week, and he's all about, you know, targeting the open guy, whoever that may shake out to be.
Yeah, I think simply just by being on, he went from probably one of the worst passing offenses in the league to one of the best. I mean, and he was stuck behind Kyle Pitts last year, so he wasn't doing nothing, right? So that's why you're able to get in at such a value on this guy, because people in the hobby think what have you done for me lately? You know what I mean? They want the new, the hot, the ripe, right off the vine. And they kind of forget, you know, the guy that's not yet blossomed into what he could be or what system he's going to. They're usually waiting for that speculative production, and they want that guy that's like right out of college and he's the hot thing, and that there's value to be had. And I'll give you an example. Before last year, I bought a bunch of Cordell Patterson rookies for like $1, right? And I bought a bunch of Cordell Patterson Prism autos for like $2. And as you can imagine, I got a good return on those, like 5 to 10 times to 12 times on some of them. So these are the kind of cards you get that kind of return on. You're not going to make a small fortune on them, but it's just it's an easy flip. It might not be a quick flip, but it's an easy flip.
Yeah, like this would be something right up my alley. $19.99, free shipping, optic, auto, numbered out of 34 out of 99. This card is going to be really rare.
And the centering is beautiful.
Yeah. Centering's beautiful. Corners look great. Everything looks great about this card. I could see myself you're not going to find another one of these on eBay. These are super rare. I could see myself flipping this thing for, $60 or something like that, whenever he has a big monster game. Potentially in the playoffs. Think about it. Look what Uzoma did in the playoffs last year, man.
And
Uzoma has some hype.
Not to mention if they start using the tight end more, if they start throwing to this guy more consistently, even if he doesn't have as many big games, but if he just becomes a function of their offense week to week, and he has to be game planned for, his value is that much greater because everyone goes into the week expecting something from him. And if you're holding on to a card you picked up for a couple bucks, and now has Burrow's attention every week, that's pretty big.
All right, last pick. There you have it, folks. The final pick is in from San Francisco. Danny Gray, wide receiver from SMU. Says Gray's hands are awful, but everything else about him is pretty fantastic. He's a legit separator with deep speed, 4.33, 40-yard dash. San Fran knows what they're doing when evaluating the wide receiver position. This is one of the best picks of round 3. Do you like this pick for San Francisco?
Maybe that means they might be getting rid of Debo. Maybe. I still think Debo is on the move somewhere, but I think it's a good thing. Here's the thing: is if a guy maybe needs to improve his hands. These gloves these guys wear nowadays are like basically have pine tar on them, so it's possible he gets better at catching the ball. You can't teach speed, you can't teach route running. I guess you can't teach hands really, but if he only is lacking one thing, that's a good point in the draft to grab a guy like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dan. Yeah, you guys just saw multiple Hayden Hurst listings, and we just talked about the upside. I think you should buy Hayden Hurst.
Just like anything else that are recommending that you guys check into, it's one of the key things is the entry price, right? Like, so just because we're saying get Hayden Hurst, don't go overpay for one, but look at some of the incredible deals. $3 for a serial numbered prism, or under $1.50 for a Pen Pals auto. If you can find incredible deals like those, there's just almost no chance of losing money on that.
So Brian wants to know how you found it. I tell you how I find it on eBay is I just go over here and I find out where Hayden Hurst's rookie year, and I just type in 2018 Hayden Hurst auto, and I just start digging, man. And you went over to ComC, and you basically did the same thing.
The one nice thing about ComC that eBay hasn't quite done yet is you can just type in Hayden Hurst on ComC and click a little checkbox for rookie, and then it's going to show you all of his rookie cards. And then there's other checkboxes that will separate it even further into serial numbered, autoed, relic, which is like a patch or whatever, cleats, football, socks, jock straps, whatever. So they eBay could really use that kind of system at some point, and hopefully they catch up with the times and they do something like that.
Yeah, they've got, they've got their filters, but it's very limited, right? It's very kind of limited.
And the problem, Andy, with eBay is, despite the fact that they do have filters, you're relying on the individual user who's making the listing to correctly identify the card. And you have to actually go in when you're listing your cards and say, this card is short print, this card is serial numbered, this card is autographed. Then you have, you yourself, when you put these cards in, are classifying the card and all of its characteristics. Whereas with ComC, you're not. There's already someone that does that for you. So you can count on those all being correct versus you're relying on someone that may have never listed cards before on eBay. And that's who's listing the card. So that's why you sometimes have to dig, and you can find deals because someone will have a card mislisted or they don't have all the proper traits on there, and it maybe has traits that you're looking for, but it's not listed correctly.
No doubt. Good night, Corey. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I really do need to get some sleep tonight.
I think of those, Andy. I like that. Well, obviously that Jalen Hertz, but of the Hayden Hursts, how do you go wrong with either of those? But I like the eye black, man. That thing looks incredible.
I know. I'm looking at. I left this up because these recently viewed items right here for Hayden Hurst, like these are the 3 best that I found after doing that search. I mean, yeah, I would jump on all 3 of these. But that eye black, I'd probably jump on that first because it's got the same number and it looks sick. That's actually like an eye black patch sticker that he's autographed.
It has the aesthetics that are just pleasing to the eye,
Yeah, man.
The color scheme is just too nice.
From a liquidity and investment standpoint, I'd say if you want to like take out the subjective nature of it, I'd go straight for that optic hollow silver on card auto rated rookie. This card right here is a Mac Daddy. It's super rare.
The eye blacks have a good resale value too, because they are kind of.
I think so.
They are kind of one of a kind. Like there's no other set of cards that offers a eye black patch, right?
Right. I just think I think it's going to do fine. It's an immaculate. I think it's going to do just fine. I would just say there may be a few more people out there that are more suckers for this optic hollow rated rookie on card auto than the eye black. Yeah, and we may be splitting hairs.
Yeah. I mean, you might have let's say there's 10 people looking to buy a Hayden Hurst. You might have 6 looking at the rated rookie and 4 looking at the eye black. So it's not like 9 and 1. It's not like they're both very desirable. And for those of you that have sold cards on eBay before, Andy talks about it all the time on the channel. That rated rookie logo, it cannot be stressed enough how important that is when people are looking for a card. It's not just nostalgia. Even though it is nostalgia, it's not just nostalgia because it'll sell the card on its own.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Derek here.
Yeah. The thing is that I don't know if you've seen it, if you've watched any of these videos on the new gloves that seem to keep coming out every year, you could stick a ball to the glove. They've done it in these videos. Just stick a ball to it. It's insane. And I try to remember who it was. It was Jarvis Landry did a video, and he was talking about how the gloves basically do all the work these days. That's why you see a lot more and more one-handed catches these days. So yeah, I agree. Hands are clearly the most important.
I can't believe they allow them to wear gloves like that. I didn't realize they allowed them to wear gloves.
Yeah, look it up. It's actually pretty creepy. You would think that that's almost like the equivalent of an MLB pitcher using like a sticky substance to throw a nastier curveball, you know? It's yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I understand like they want the game to be higher scoring and more exciting. So I guess I get it from that perspective. But yeah, the Jarvis Landry video I saw was pretty eye opening. That's why I was saying you can teach a lot of things, and you can't necessarily teach being a better receiver or catcher or whatever you want to call it, but you can buy better, stickier gloves.
Yeah, I mean, I get it because look at the finish on that, man. It's like that shiny, like plastic that would be sticky. Like you slap that on something and it's like it grips to it, like, you know?
He showed in the video, he opened his hand so that he was clearly not gripping the ball, and the football was slowly falling off of it. Like you ever seen those mouse traps? The mouse walks over the paper and it gets stuck to the paper. Like that's essentially it.
I'll have to look it up.
It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild.
All right, our stream has gone to bed. We appreciate you.
We killed it tonight, man. Almost
Die hard.
5
Oh
hours.
yeah. Oh, you killed it, Steve, not me. I feel like I was a sack of potatoes tonight. I just dragged the stream down, but you crushed it, bro. You crushed it.
I appreciate it, man. That's why it's a team effort, man. It's a team
effort. You pulled up the slack tonight because I went partied too hard last night.
It's all good, man. We had fun. I'm glad you guys stuck around till the end and watched some football draft with us. And I don't think they actually televised the last few rounds, do they, Andy?
It's on this weekend, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then they always televise the last pick, don't they? Where the old guy comes out and he says the 256th pick goes to Mr. Irrelevant.
Interesting.
I was watching the Mr. Irrelevant picks the other day. I don't know why I caught it, and it was like Ryan Suckup one year was Mr. Irrelevant, and the guy's holding the jersey, with the Chiefs, and it says 256 on it, and they give it out to whoever the very last pick is, and it says Mr. Irrelevant on the back.
He turned out to be relevant.
Yeah, it's almost like a badge of honor. Like you have to prove the NFL wrong now.
I think at that point, if you'd rather be the last pick than the second to last pick, like you actually get some status for being the last pick.
You kind of do. You kind of do. I'd rather be the very last pick than like 230.
Yeah. Clearly, if they're making a point to show you on television for being the last guy, pick me last. I want my TV time.
All right, guys. I can't wait to see you guys in our next live stream next Thursday night. Oh man, it's gonna be fun, dude. We're gonna start creating our projections and everything for 2022, and it's gonna be fun. I can't wait.
Thanks for checking in tonight, guys. I hope you guys had a good time like we did. We'll see you on Thursday.
See you guys. Peace.